Hello. Check 1, 2. Hello. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, hello.
Distinguished delegates, I'm happy to say that all the ministers are already here. May I kindly request the heads of delegates that are present in the room to kindly join the ministers to the VIP holding room as a kickstart of our program. May I request all the heads of delegates present to please go through that door and join the ministers to kickstart the program. In the meantime, I would really like to continue to thank you all for your patience. As we are aware, some of the ministers arrived this morning into the country, but they're all here now, and we are happy that we're going to start our program now. What is going to happen is that the ministers are now going for a photo session, and then they will be joining us here. Once they come in here, I will request all of us to be upstanding up until they are lined on their seats. We'll take our seats. I'll invite religious leaders to lead us through a quick and brief opening prayer, and then we shall start our program with the opening statements. That is the brief program for the start this morning. Asanteni sana and welcome everyone. We have translation services. May I request, we will constantly and mainly be using English as a medium of exchange, but should you be requiring any other language, be it Kiswahili or any other language, I think there's Arabic, there's Portuguese, kindly use the devices that are either beside you or in front of you to have the parallel translation. Asanteni sana. May I also request that we put our mobile phones on vibration mode or silent mode so that they do not interfere with the program that will be ongoing in the room. May I request a young lady that I met this morning, Zippy. Can you raise your hand? I'm trying to spot you. Zippy. I've seen you. Thank you so much. Please come to the front.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise as our distinguished guests and leaders enter the room. May we have a round of applause, get that energy going, yes? We can do much better. I believe we all had coffee this morning. As the leaders and the rest get seated, may I please have the religious leaders who are tasked with the opening prayers to please approach the podium. Prophet and share. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now, before we begin this momentous gathering, let us take a moment to seek blessings for today's proceedings. And I will start with the representative from the Mufti's office in Tanzania, Sheikh Abdallah Idi Mtitu, who will be followed by Prophet Samuel Samson Rolinga. Karibu Mufti.
Kwa heshima na utukufu wa Mungu Muumba, nikimwakilisha Mufti wa Tanzania, naomba tusimame tumuombe Mungu. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Mwenyezi Mungu muumba wa mbingu na ardhi na vilivyomo ndani yake vyote, tumesimama hapa tunakuomba Mola kwa ajili ya mkutano huu wa nchi wazalishaji wa kahawa barani Afrika, wadau na washiriki wote. Tunaukabidhi mkutano huu katika milki yako, katika uangalizi wako na mwongozo wako Mola wetu. Walinde, waongoze, wape dira na muono wajumbe wote walioshiriki katika mkutano huu na viongozi wao, waweze kuleta fikra na chachu ambazo zitanyanyua zao hili la kahawa na kuleta tija kwa watu wetu. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba kwa ajili ya unapofanyika mkutano huu katika nchi yetu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tunakuomba uendeleze amani na utulivu wake na ukuze ustawi na maendeleo yake. Umlinde, umhifadhi, umkinge na umtie nguvu rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, ili aweze kutuongoza vyema na tuweze kufika pale ambapo wewe Mungu unaridhia, tukiwa na amani na furaha. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba kwa wawakilishi wa wakuu wa nchi 7 za Afrika ambazo ziko mbele kwa ulimaji wa kahawa, ambazo ni Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Afrika Kusini na Togo, ambao wamewakilisha wakuu wao. Uwatie nguvu wao na wakuu wa nchi na nchi zao kwa kufikia malengo yale yaliyokusudiwa. Mola mtukufu, tunauombea mkutano huu ambao umeandaliwa na serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa kushirikiana na taasisi ya kahawa amba Inter African Coffee Organization, ambazo hizo zimetuandalia mkutano huu. Umtie nguvu waziri wetu wa kilimo na wote wanaomsaidia na taasisi iliyoandaa jambo hili. Tunakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu ufanikishe na ulete baraka na malengo ya mkutano huu yatimie. Wabariki, wasaidie wakulima, wachakataji, wafanyabiashara, walaji na wadau wote wa kahawa. Hitimisho ya dua yetu. Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa vile daima kahawa hunywewa ikiwa chungu na ya moto, na husisimua miili pamoja na kuchangamsha akili zetu, tunakuomba Mola Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, kupitia mkutano huu ukachangamshe na ukasisimue harakati za kilimo cha kahawa, na moto na uchungu wa kahawa ukaingie katika wakulima, watendaji na viongozi wetu, hatimaye ukue uchumi wa watu wetu Afrika nzima. Mwenyezi Mungu ibariki Tanzania, Mwenyezi Mungu ibariki Afrika, Mwenyezi Mungu ibariki mkutano huu. Amin, amin, amin.
Na wasalimu kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo wa Nazareti, mwanangu aliye hai, Bwana Yesu, tunakushukuru kwa ajili ya wakati huu mzuri, kwa ajili ya viongozi wetu kutoka wawakilishi wa viongozi wa Afrika ambao umekuja kuwakilisha nchi zao katika taifa letu la Tanzania. Mungu mwenye nguvu na uweza na mamlaka, asante kwa ajili ya mawaziri waliohudhuria hapa wakiongozwa na waziri wao mwenyeji Mheshimiwa Hussein Bashe. Na Mungu, tunakushukuru sana kwa ajili ya amani ya nchi yetu ya Tanzania ambayo Mungu imekuwa tunu kwa mataifa mengi kiongozwa na rais wetu Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan. Lakini Mungu, tunakushukuru sana kwa ajili ya amani ya Tanzania ambayo Mungu, pamoja na mambo yote wanayopitia mataifa mengine kama Kongo, lakini sisi umetupa kuwa nafasi ya kuwasilisha na kuonyesha tunu ya amani kama taifa. Mungu, asante kwa sababu umelitunza taifa hili, umelinda viongozi wetu, umelinda waasisi wetu, umelinda Mungu wakulima, wafanyakazi, wanasiasa, wafanyabiashara na kila sekta zote umezilinda na kuzipigania. Mungu, asante kwa ajili ya utulivu mkubwa ambao Mungu umeuachilia katika taifa hili. Baba, tunakuja kwako nikisimama mahali hapa Bwana kwa ajili ya mkutano wa Afrika kwa ajili ya kujadili sekta ya kahawa. Mungu, tunakusihi achilia neema yako Roho Mtakatifu ikaweze kutuongoza katika jambo hili. Mungu, tunaiweka mikononi mwako kama ambavyo Mungu ulianzisha kilimo kule katika bustani ya Eden ukimwamini Adamu. Nasi Mungu, najua kabisa kwamba sekta ya kilimo ndo jembe, ndo uchumi wa Mwafrika. Mungu, asante kwa sababu utainua sekta hii, utaisimamisha na kuifanya kuwa kimbilio la Waafrika wote ulimwenguni. Baba, tazama taifa letu tukiwa tunaelekea pia katika mwaka huu wa uchaguzi. Tunaomba Bwana Yesu ukalinde taifa hili katika amani, mshikamano, mmoja katika vyama vyote vya siasa nchini. Weka utulivu, tusiingie katika mambo mengine na vita kama mataifa mengine yaliyokuwa katika miaka ya uchaguzi. Bali Mungu kaendelee kuilinda amani ya taifa hili. Na Mungu, tunapoelekea uchaguzi, linda viongozi wote na rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Baba, ninaomba hayo nikiamini katika jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amen. Asanteni sana.
Can we please put our hands together for the religious leaders for having led us through the opening prayer. Thank you very much. Honorable Hussein Muhammad Bashe, Minister of Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania and our host at this momentous summit. Let's give him a big round of applause, recognizing his great efforts in ensuring that the summit is a great success. Allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Eric Rwigamba, Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, who is also the IACO Vice Chairman. Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. Honorable guests of honor, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, Cabinet Secretary and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development of the Republic of Kenya. Let's give him a round of applause. Honorable guests of honor, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Davis Marapira, Deputy Minister of Land, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development, all the way from Zimbabwe. Let's give him a round of applause. Honorable guest of honor, allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Alexandra Nuta, Minister of Agriculture from Liberia. Let's give him a round of applause. Guests of honor, the following countries have sent their representatives, and allow me to recognize Mr. Adrianirina Razanakoto, the Permanent Secretary representing Ministry of Agriculture from Madagascar. Let's give him a round of applause. May I also recognize the presence of Ambassador Amuge Otengo Rebecca, who is here to represent the African Union. Can we give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Honorable guests of honor, allow me to recognize in a very special way the presence of Ambassador Leontine Nyezimana, representing the Minister of Agriculture from Burundi. Let's give her a round of applause. Honorable guests of honor, allow me also to recognize the presence of Ambassador Sandro Oliveira, representing Angola. Let's give him a round of applause. Honorable guests of honor, allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Raymond Carter, representing Ministry of Agriculture from Sierra Leone. Let's give him a round of applause, and thank you for being with us this morning. Honorable guests of honor, we have Mr. Ajanu Adolphe, representing Benin. Let's give him a round of applause all the way from Benin. Thank you very much. Honorable guests of honor, allow me to recognize the presence of Ali Torre, representing Ivory Coast. Thank you very much. Honorable guests of honor, with us is Ambassador Lontine Nyezimana from Burundi, but also Mr. Aboliae Nana, representing Cameroon. Let's give them a round of applause. We have with us honorable guest of honor, Mr. Jean Kuanga, representing Gabon. Gabon, thank you for being with us this morning. We have Mr. Adugna Debele Bote, representing Ethiopia. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Honorable guest of honor, all the way from Togo, we have Mr. Anselm Guathon. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. With us also, guest of honor, representing the Democratic Republic of Congo is none other but Mr. Louis Kisombo. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. We are highly honored, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to have with us Honorable Mizengo Kayanza Peter Pinda, the former Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. Let's give him a big round of applause. He's a true farmer, as he calls, and we all attest to that, a farmer of Tanzania. Allow me also, honorable guest of honor, to recognize Honorable Innocent Bashungwa, the Minister of Home Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Bashungwa, we recognize your presence. Let's give him a round of applause. Allow me, guests of honor, to also recognize the presence of Honorable Deodatus Mwanyika, Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee for Industries, Trade, Agriculture, and Livestock. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the members of Parliament representing this Parliamentary Committee. Honorable guests of honor, allow me also to recognize the presence of Honorable Oran Njeza, Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee responsible for budget. Thank you so much, and let's recognize all the members of Parliamentary Committee present here. Allow me also, honorable guest of honor, to recognize the presence of Mr. Gerard Mweli, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. I would also like to recognize, thank you, let's give our Permanent Secretary a big round of applause. Asante sana, Mr. Mweli. Allow me, guests of honor, to recognize all the chairmen of boards under the Ministry of Agriculture and all the board members present, all heads of government agencies as well as institutions present, all heads of the private sector present as well as institution present, distinguished representatives from various ministries present, guests of honor, we had this meeting opened by our dear religious leaders. I would once again wish to recognize their presence. This meeting is going to so much focus on the youth. May I recognize the big power of the young people that the African continent has. All the young people, please put your hands together as we recognize your presence. We have in our midst honorable guests of honor, honorable regional commissioners from different regions in Tanzania. May we also recognize your presence. I would also like to recognize all the regional administrative secretaries present, members of the press, honorable guests of honor. This event is broadcasted live, so the entire African continent and the whole world is watching us. This is also to recognize all of those following this summit live, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Okay, so this is a coffee summit, and coffee is meant to rejuvenate us and give us the energy we need. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable ministers, distinguished country representatives, excellency ambassadors present in the room, distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third G25 Africa Coffee Summit, which mirrors on unlocking employment opportunities for the youth through regeneration of the African coffee industry. Let's once again put our hands together for this third Coffee Summit 2025. Honorable guests of honor, this is a ministerial session, and later on during this session we shall have the opportunity to hear country statements from the coffee producing countries. But for now, allow me to bring to the podium for the opening statement Mr. Primus Kimario, who is the Director General of the Tanzania Coffee Board. His opening statement will be followed by Ambassador Solomon Rutega's statement, who is the Secretary General for Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, IACO. But for now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Primus Kimario as he comes for his opening statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this historic G25 African Coffee Summit in this vibrant city of Dar es Salaam. We gather not just to discuss coffee, but to chart a new course of Africa's economic future, and that is which places our youth at the center of the coffee industry's regeneration. Coffee is more than just a commodity. It's a pillar of Africa's economic and social fabric. With over 10 million farmers in Africa depending on coffee as their livelihood, the industry holds immense potential to drive economic employment, foster innovation, and elevate Africa's role in the global coffee market. Yet, despite being the birthplace of both Arabica and Robusta coffees, our continent has yet to fully harness the potential of its coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this summit under the theme, Unlocking Potential Opportunities, unlocking employment opportunities for youth through the regeneration of the coffee sector, it's call to action. It is a call for African governments to invest in value addition. It's a call to strengthen inter-Africa coffee trade. It's a call to empower young entrepreneurs. It's a call to equip the next generation with skills, financing, and opportunities to transform the coffee sector into a thriving engine for job creation and economic growth. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate over the next 2 days, let us reaffirm our commitment to making coffee a strategic anchor commodity for Africa's development. Let us forge partnerships, set ambitious targets, and ensure that the coming Dar es Salaam Declaration lays the foundation for a dynamic, youth-driven coffee industry. Lastly but not least, together we can and must redefine Africa's coffee narrative, not just as exporter of raw beans, raw green beans, but as a leader in coffee production, processing, consumption, and circular economy. I thank you all for your listening, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Primoz Kimario, Director General, Tanzania Coffee Board. And allow us to also recognize and acknowledge the amazing work that you guys are doing as the Coffee Board, specifically on the prices. Another round of applause, please. Right, and now I would like to welcome Ambassador Solomon Rutega, who is the Secretary General, Inter-African Coffee Organization, AYACO. Karibu-san.
Asante. Please allow me to recognize the Minister from Uganda, Honorable Fred Bwino, who is representing the Republic of Uganda. Honorable Fred Bwino. Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Hussein Mohamed Bashi, Minister of Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, the Ministers, Heads of Delegation, Your Excellency, Ambassadors, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, delegates from the G25 member states, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the 25 member states of AYACO and Secretariat, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the third G25 Africa Coffee Summit, which is being hosted in this beautiful city of Dar es Salaam, also known as the Haven of Peace. Thank you. I wish to express profound gratitude to Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the government, and the people of Tanzania for the warm hospitality that has been accorded to us since our arrival. Permit me, Your Excellencies, to appreciate and recognize the important role Tanzania has played as one of the 11 founding members of the establishment of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, which was set up 64 years ago. I wish to applaud the Tanzanian leadership and the people for their sacrifice and significant role and contribution in the liberation struggles of many of the African member states. So a hand of applause for the United Republic. Distinguished delegates, the G25 political initiative journey started 3 years ago when the AYACO General Assembly adopted a resolution to call a heads of state summit of the 25 coffee producing countries to reevaluate the overall performance of the coffee sector on the continent and create a united political platform to advocate for coffee as a strategic crop at the continental level. At the first summit, which was held in May 2022 in Nairobi, the heads of state of the 25 African coffee-producing countries signed the Nairobi Declaration, which petitioned the African Union to include coffee as a strategic commodity in the AU Agricultural Agenda 2063. This was further amplified at the second G25 Africa Coffee Summit in the Kampala Declaration, requesting heads of state to support the motion of the AU General Assembly to include coffee as a strategic commodity in the AU agenda, and the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization to be included as a specialized agency of the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm very pleased to announce that at the 37th Head of State Assembly held in February 2024 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the G25 Kampala Declaration was adopted for coffee to be integrated as a strategic commodity in the AU Agenda 2063, together with the endorsement of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization as a specialized agency of the African Union. This is a very historic milestone because this marks the first time in 64 years since the establishment of AYACO that coffee is being given the attention as a strategic crop by the continent's political leadership. And on this, I would like to thank the representative from the African Union, permanent representative, for the important role they played in getting this thing done. This recognition also highlights the importance of coffee to Africa's economy, the culture, and the development. More importantly, it enhances the unified coordination with all the African Union organs, such as the AFCFTA, in strengthening regional economic integration and paving the way for strategic investments and initiatives to support the transformation of the continent's coffee sector. Distinguished delegates, the coffee sector still holds the key that will unlock Africa's inclusive growth and prosperity. Despite the challenges, the structural constraints along the value chain, especially those pertaining to low farm productivity, production, climate change, complex regulations, lack of the value addition infrastructure, access to affordable finance, AYACO remains optimistic that with a united multi-stakeholder approach, these challenges can be overcome through innovative solutions that go beyond traditional approaches, especially in view of the abundant opportunities that exist. For instance, I'll just share with you what AYACO is doing in line with the transformative vision and the new status as the African Specialized Agency. We are collaborating with our development partners, UNIDO under the Material Plan for Africa, in supporting value addition activities through the establishment of coffee vocational training schools that target the youth and women for domestic consumption and job creation across the value chain. We have a very successful training institute in Ethiopia that has been a pilot, and we hope that this model will be rolled out to the other 25 G25 member states. With regard to the issue of low productivity and production, AYACO, through the Africa Coffee Research Network, is actively involved with member states in advocating initiatives for climate change adaptability through more investment in new disease-resistant varieties and technologies, together with exploring a circular economy strategy for regenerating coffee byproducts, for alternative uses in things like fertilizer, in things like the construction and cosmetic industry. AYACO believes that such initiatives can unlock employment opportunities for the youth in Africa, and at the same time also create a resilient and sustainable coffee industry. Distinguished delegates, following the ratification of the 2020 Coffee Agreement, AYACO is working very closely with the private sector to create an enabling policy and regulatory business environment for value addition activities the Africa Coffee Week, in collaboration with the Africa Fine Coffee Association, is one of those initiatives that offers a great opportunity to provide a platform for effective dialogue on increasing coordination and collaboration between the government and the private sector of the African coffee producing countries and also those in the consuming countries. I wish to once again salute the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting the second Africa Coffee Week, which will commence next week in Dar es Salaam. So we hope you can all attend. Those who will be here, we have another Africa Coffee Week where the private sector will be actively involved. Distinguished delegates, despite these initiatives being pursued, significant work remains to be done in the coffee sector. AYACO remains committed and strongly believes that united together, we can navigate any challenge, explore new possibilities, and build a brighter future for the continent. More importantly, in line with this year's summit theme, let us all together build a future for our youth and women through regeneration of the African coffee industry. As I conclude, I wish to once again thank His Excellency, Her Excellency the President, and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, especially the Minister, Honorable Hussein Bashi, and his team for hosting us on this important summit. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the member states who are here, and also the partners and the Secretariat for their effort, team effort, and support that has been accorded. Finally, I wish to end with a quote from one of Africa's great sons and also the father of the United Republic of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. I quote, "Africa must travel together as one, or no part of it will reach its destination." Asanteni sana.
Can we give him another big round of applause? That's a very powerful quotation by Mwalimu Nyerere, and I totally concur, and everybody here concurs, that in order for us as a continent to go far, we have to go together. Honorable guests of honor, allow me now, on behalf of Honorable Prosper Dodiko, Chairman of AYACO, and the Minister of Agriculture from Burundi, to invite Honorable Eric Rwigamba, Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, but also the AYACO Vice Chairman, to come to give us his opening statement, which will be followed by the statement from the African Union. As he comes, let's give him a warm round of applause. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Honorable Minister Hussein Muhammad Bashe, the Minister of Agriculture, the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, farmers in the room, processors and exporters, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, before I make my statement, that we join together and we celebrate our farmers. They are the reasons why we are able to gather here. On behalf of the member states of the Inter-African Organization, I would like to convey our gratitude and appreciation to Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and her government, especially through the Honorable Minister of Agriculture in our presence, for hosting the third 25th African Coffee Summit. We are enjoying our stay, and we thank you so much. I would like to extend my appreciation and thanks to dignitaries, government officials, delegates who have taken time to participate in this very important summit. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate heads of state of member countries of the Inter-African Coffee Organization for their esteemed efforts to present the Kampala Declaration on the 27th Heads of State Assembly of Africa Union that took place in February 2024. The declaration petitioned the inclusion of coffee in the African Union Agenda 2063, together with IACO, to be nominated as a specialized agents of coffee in the AU. Both were adopted by the AU Heads of State Assembly, and IACO is very grateful for that. Today, we have gathered to take on abroad the most pertinent and challenging facing majority of African countries, the youth unemployment. It cuts across the continent from one country to the other. It is therefore an opportunity for us to be here for the next 2 days and be able to dialogue about this challenge. The theme of this summit has been carefully selected to address the issue of unlocking opportunities for the youth by regenerating the African coffee industry. It is sleeping, it has huge potential. We have an opportunity to rejuvenate it. Africa is noted as the second largest continent, has the largest number of countries producing coffee, and that should be seen as an opportunity. Coffee is the livelihood of 60 million people on the continent, probably more. We need to double that because we have the capabilities and the resources and the means. Coffee is second highest commodity earner after oil. For our continent, I think we can do better. During this summit, allow me to share my thoughts on 3 areas that probably that will keep on surfacing during this summit. And I think we need to give them attention. Production and productivity. In the 1960s, our share of global coffee production was 25%. That's quite a long time. Currently, it's just less than 11%. What went wrong? This is a huge chunk of the market and a huge loss of revenue for our continent and poses an opportunity for our youth. We cannot be discussing about unemployment, and we are discussing poverty, and we have such a huge loss melting away at our clock. We have an aging population of farmers. The youngsters don't see a lucrative future in achieving disposable income for their families because of the volatility of prices in the international market. We need to make agriculture, but particularly coffee, very viable and attractive because it offers opportunities. We consume roughly 12.3 million bags of coffee. And this is processed coffee imported mainly from European countries. That is sad. I wish you were consuming more of that from the continent. The issue of production and productivity, which is declining, is mainly because of the challenges that everyone in the room that is a friend of coffee should be very familiar with. Pest diseases, aging farmers, aging coffee trees, climate change, poor governance. I can go on and go on. The summit offers an opportunity to look at these challenges that threaten the sustainability and the competitiveness of African coffee. And I believe it is our collective responsibility to address them such that our youth are able to tap into these opportunities. By addressing these challenges and the leveraging opportunities, Africa's coffee sector can unlock its full potential and improve the livelihoods of millions of farmers and their communities. Value addition is the other area that requires attention. As it has been said, and we shall keep on saying it, Africa is predominantly a green bean supplier to the whole world. We export jobs, we export money, we export livelihood as we do export green beans to the globe. When are we going to keep those jobs here? When are we going to keep that income in our continent to address the challenges of the youth? We export 90% of our green beans abroad to be processed and re-exported to the rest of the world, including African coffee. Those countries in Africa that are producing coffee and we start consuming it. How I wish the best were the one that re-exported to us. Value addition requires our attention to address the issue of lack of investment in value addition infrastructure, such as processing plants, packaging, logistics, and others. It is important that African government, in partnership with the private sector, whom we are together in this room, and other partners, start thinking building agro-processing hubs that integrate production, processing, and the logistics. We believe at ICO, these hubs will ensure local value addition, creating jobs, and stimulating trade, and hopefully reducing the reliance on imports. The other aspect that I thought requires consideration is domestic consumption. Very little is consumed at the continent. I believe we have an opportunity to borrow examples from other countries like Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, which are consuming a great percentage of their production. Our friends from Ethiopia, they are taking a lead on the continent. It is an opportunity for us to develop the culture of consuming coffee because it is ours. We have a population of about 1.5 billion, the youngest in the world. We have a huge potential for developing coffee culture on the continent. Most African coffee consuming countries import processed coffee from abroad. That should be reversed. We now have the right environment in place. Using the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, all African consuming countries should buy coffee from their neighboring coffee producing countries. To achieve sustainability growth on the continent, it is imperative that both African coffee consuming nations and African coffee producing nations start working together hand in hand such that we can serve our young people. As I conclude, I would like to mark this summit as a flagship to rejuvenate the African coffee sector by unlocking employment opportunities for the youth and empowering our mothers, our sisters, and wives. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for those remarks. Before we proceed, allow me to take this opportunity with great respect to also recognize Honorable Augustine Hole, who is the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee, Public Investment, but also Honorable Stanislaus Harun Nyongo, who is the Deputy Minister, President's Office, Planning and Investment. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome on stage Ambassador Amuge Otengo Rebecca from the African Union Commission, who will give her opening statement, followed by an opening statement by the host and our guest of honor, Honorable Hussein Mohamed Bashe, who is the Minister for Agriculture, United Republic of Tanzania. Karibu sana, Ambassador.
The Honorable Minister Hussein Mohamed Bashe, the Minister of Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, Ministers who are present, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, my colleagues who are here, Honorable members of Parliament, I'm very happy to know you're here because you tie our work with legislation. The young people who have come to witness this very important occasion. My name is Rebecca Mugotengo. I'm the Ambassador of Uganda in Ethiopia and also the permanent representative to the African Union. I also chair the Permanent Committee Committee on Agriculture because Uganda is the chair of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, who is our guest of honor, I would like to confirm to you that as your representatives in Addis Ababa, we've taken your instructions very, very seriously, and we are working together with Ayako to make sure that what you make a decision on is implemented. May I take this humble opportunity to let you know that the 3 years that Ambassador Rutege talked about, we've worked together with Ayako. I would also like to know that, make you know that as your representatives, we've come to note that without coffee being taken as a strategic or commodity in the African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area may not work like we think. Your Excellency, having said that, may I now report back what happened in the last summit. In the last summit, Ayako presented very clear report through Ambassador Rutege and convinced us that actually what decision was made before by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government in the last assembly, they had tried to implement. He also let us know that some of the areas had been a little bit difficult and we needed to come in. We therefore, as your members, made sure that the draft decision that was presented were passed. May I go through briefly what we did? We took note of the activity report that was presented to us by Ambassador Solomon Rutege, and we encouraged him to make sure that part of the reports that were not implemented should be implemented. We encourage AYACO to work very closely with the African Continental Free Trade Area so that they fit in Agenda 2063. Your Excellency, we agreed that having looked at what these activities are and walking through what they have covered, we agreed that the ministers look at the report which they did, and we said in 2026, the implementation report should be given to the Summit of the Heads of State and Government. May I also state that we welcome the hosting of this coffee summit by the Republic of Tanzania, which has taken place now. From yesterday, it has been taking place. Your Excellency, having said that, we are proud that having the kind of ministers that I've seen, headed by you, Your Excellency, who has hosted us, we agree that coffee will become a strategic crop in principle and in implementation. My president says there are some people who don't know how coffee plants look like, but they benefit more. It should be us to benefit more than those who do not know the coffee plants, yet they are the ones benefiting even 10 times more than us. It comes at a time when the world is going flat. Every continent, every country is talking about its own people, starting from the United States of America. And I do agree with them that America first, and therefore Africa first, and coffee first in Africa. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause for those resounding remarks. Thank you very much. Honorable guest of honor, before I invite you for your opening statement, allow me to also recognize a very key minister we have in our midst. This is none other but Honorable Captain George Mkuchika, Minister of State in the President's Office. Let's give him a round of applause. He is with us and totally delighted to have him with us. Honorable ministers, distinguished country representative, excellency ambassadors, distinguished guests, as we unlock employment opportunities for the youth through regeneration of the African coffee industries, allow me now, with great honor and pleasure, to invite Honorable Hussein Bashi, the Minister of Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania, and our host for his opening remarks. As he comes, let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Honorable ministers from AYACO member states, Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General of AYACO, distinguished government officials, esteemed delegates, members of Coffee Fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, habari ya mchana. I have the honor to welcome you all today to this ministerial session of the third G25 African Coffee Summit. The theme of the summit is unlocking employment opportunities for youth through regeneration of the African coffee industry. The purpose of the summit is to bring together African coffee producing nations to re-evaluate, re-strategize our coffee sector, to benefit our producers from the full process of the value chain. This will create job opportunity for youth and increase our economic growth, wealth creation of our community. Global population is projected to be 9 billion people by 2050. African population will be over 2 billion, which is over 25% of global population at that time. Our current average age is 20 years in Africa. Asia is 30 years, Europe is 40 years. But in 2050, it is projected average age for Africa will be 25 years, Asia will be 40, Europe 47, and America 42. And this is why Africa needs to reevaluate strategies, targets, a new direction for our youth and the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has the largest number of countries which produce coffee. Almost half of the continent grows coffee. For us, coffee is our heritage, our identity, our life, our economy, our prestige. It contributes to our economic development. Given our continent's vast arable land, water resources, youthful and energetic labor force, there is no reason for Africa not increasing its production and enjoy full potential for this vital commodity and change our direction from raw material exporter to value addition and finished goods, and increase our intertrade from 15% average to 50% is inevitable, and this should be resolution here in Dar es Salaam. Africa accounts only for 11% of global coffee production, as my brother from Rwanda said it. This is almost half the amount that we produced in 1960. While global coffee production continues to rise annually, Africa's output has been declining. This calls for urgent intervention from public, private sector, financial institutions, and other international global financial infrastructure to regain our share of the market. We must now go further than just continuously highlighting the problems, blaming others, depending on donors to grow our coffee sector and agricultural sector in general, depending on aid, begging the development partners community to support us on our development. It's time to change and demand fair global trade platform and increase our intercontinental trades. It's embarrassing that we export 3 billion worth of coffee and import 6 billion of a made coffee. In short, we export raw material worth $3 billion annually, and we import made coffee in Africa worth 6 billion. This needs to change. We need to set a target to increase our production to a minimum of 20% of global production by the year 2030. It is incumbent upon us to respond to the increasing global preference for premium African coffee. In addition, we need to unlock our untapped markets on the continent and strengthen intertrade coffee trade. It's difficult to sell coffee to my neighboring country, my brother and my sister, but it's easy to sell it outside the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is the birthplace of coffee. As I said, it is our heritage, which need to be protected and make it prosper. Our diverse climate and terrains nurture a variety of high-quality coffee beans. Tanzania exemplify Africa's potential in coffee production, with regions such as Kilimanjaro and Southern Highland producing some of the world's finest coffee beans. Africa countries collectively, as I said, earn not more than 3 billion from coffee export. Out of global coffee value trade, 500 billion. The entire global coffee trade worth over 500 billion, but our stake is not more than 3 billion. And the reason is simple. We trade raw material rather than trading processed and finished goods. A significant factor contributing to this disparity is over 90% of Africa coffee is exported as a raw beans, with minimal value addition taking place on the continent. This practice has resulted in Africa capturing only a small fraction of the value chain. The most profitable part in the coffee value chain is the value addition, which predominantly conducted in importing countries. We export at the average price of $4 to $7, and we celebrate, but we import made coffee at an average of $15 to $20 per kg. This not only limits the revenue we generate, but also restricts employment opportunity with our own economies. It is imperative that we move beyond being mere producers of raw beans and taking significant steps toward value addition. As I said, it is sad. We export 1 kg at an average of $4 to $7 and import at an average, made coffee at an average of $15 to $20. One of the critical challenges we face is the declining interest in young people in pursuing farming and coffee itself. The volatility of global coffee prices has made coffee farming less attractive, as it creates unpredictable incomes for farming families. To address this, we must focus on increasing domestic value addition, increase our trade of coffee within continent. As I said, invest in the value addition will give us the respect Africa deserves. Today, we are told what to do, how to farm by those who do not even have a single tree of coffee. With a population of 1.5 billion people, Africa has a vast untapped consumer market. However, most of the coffee consumed on the continent is imported with the value addition made outside of the continent. We must change this by promoting local processing and integrating coffee into our culture. Ethiopia, for example, has successfully embedded coffee into its culture with affordable coffee sold in street kiosks. Tanzania launched a project last year to sell coffee on the street using mobile cafeterias. This project is implemented under BBT program, where youth are given 3-wheel kiosks with all necessary facility and working capital and become coffee vendors in our cities. We must increase our production, which resulted into increase our production from 55,000 metric tons in 3 years to 85,000 metric tons this year. Tanzania government invests to our farmers by giving subsidies to and drill boreholes and providing farmers with free seedlings, free loans to youth in Kagera and mechanization equipment. All this aim at increasing growth and wealth creation for our youth. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, Africa imports 500,000 tons annually for internal consumption worth 6 billion. To maximize the value chain and ensure farmers receive a fair share of the market, we must change our concept and invest in processing facility, both small scale and large scale, across all African coffee producing and consuming countries. Coffee consumption on the continent is on the rise and should benefit African producers. This will help us negotiate with those who do not farm coffee and dictate us through laws and procedures which restrict us from growing. Things like EUDR. It's time our continent, through African Union and EACO, to negotiate with them as a bloc, and we stop working in isolation. And this is a very big problem. AU has to negotiate with EU on the EUDR so that it can be incorporated within Africa economic infrastructure and not as per their economic infrastructure. Tanzania is fortunate to have 2 instant coffee factories, Tanika and Amim Amza, which have attributed to value addition locally. To move forward, it is imperative to set target that by 2030 all African coffee consuming countries trade coffee directly from Africa producing coffee. You will all agree with me that this is doable. It will unlock a lot of opportunities for youth. In addition, it will create investment and employment opportunities in our continent. We need to shift from exporting raw beans to offering a wide range of processed coffee product, thereby maximizing our gains from the coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, youth must be at the core of our coffee industry. By embracing eco-friendly farming practice, supporting fair trade principles, and prioritizing the welfare of farmers, we can ensure that Africa coffee sector thrives for generations to come. Transformation in this sector cannot be achieved in isolation. We must work together. Governments, private sector, stakeholders, NGOs, and coffee association is crucial in strengthening African coffee value chain. Through joint effort, we can secure a stronger position in a global coffee market and innovate all aspects of coffee value chain from production to processing and marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of Tanzania's commitment to transforming the coffee sector, we have undertaken the following initiative: strengthening coffee research institution to address challenges such as pests, diseases, and combat the imminent threat of climate change on coffee, supporting farmers with agricultural input, including the provision of coffee seedlings and fertilizer subsidies, and developing a digital platform for farmers' registration and identification. This has helped us in the formalization of smallholder farmers. Establishing the Building a Better Tomorrow program, which encourages youth participation in agribusiness with focus on coffee value addition and giving free land to youth, thanks to the regional commissioners in the coffee production area. Increasing our domestic consumption from 7% to 15%. Invest in Tanika and strengthening cooperative society. These efforts align with our broader vision to make Tanzania a model for the transformation of the coffee sector in Africa. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to transforming Africa's coffee industry. Let us celebrate the hard work of our smallholder farmers, roasters, baristas, and all those who contribute to making coffee a symbol of excellence. Let us protect our heritage. Let us tell the global big boys that we don't need aid in growing our sector. We need equity, fairness, and change of global financial infrastructure. Let us unite and negotiate with those who don't farm but consume our coffee as a bloc. Let us trade between ourselves and stopping competing and rather complement each other. This summit has provided us with a valuable opportunity to share ideas and forge meaningful discussion to pave the way for prosperous future for our coffee sector. By embracing value addition, increasing domestic consumption, and promoting sustainability, we will not only elevate the African coffee industry, but also unlock investment and employment opportunity for our youth, which account for 30% of African population. Let us tell Africa Union to stand for African farmers and private sector. Let us negotiate as bloc with EU instead of isolation. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you as we embark on this journey of transformation. Together we shall ensure the African coffee stand as a beacon of equality, of quality, pride, and prosperity for our continent and the rest of the world. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And allow me to say that it is really inspiring, all the moves that you have been making within this particular ministry. Can we get another round of applause? A special recognition also on how they're also trying to push, the Ministry of Agriculture that is, they're also trying to push for Agenda 1030 and the Agricultural Master Plan. Now, coffee is all about culture. Coffee is all about positive energy. So allow me to now bring to the stage Jackson Panduka, who is a solo artist, and they will start our entertainment for today. But it will also be followed by Hii ni Africa, which is Swahili for This is Africa. It is a theater musical performance community of young Tanzanian artists made of actors, dancers, singers, musicians, and poets. They do data-driven and message-based art that aims to entertain and champion cultural diplomacy. They showcase a diversity of Tanzanian and African cultures, presenting beautiful costumes, languages, choreography, songs, and sounds with great pride, using music movements and dances, championing African development while modeling youth leadership through the creative sector. Ladies and gentlemen, naomba tuwakaribishe. A round of applause, please. Jackson. Another round of applause for Jackson Panduka, please. Thank you.
nchi ya kahawa. Hey. Samia Suluhu kazi imeonekana. Hey. Ndani ya miaka 100 uzalishaji umeongezeka. Hey. Kahawa yetu fahari ya Afrika. Afrika tunakutana, kujadiliana na kukubaliana mwelekeo wa zao la kahawa barani Afrika. Lengo ni nchi zetu za Afrika kufanya biashara wenyewe badala ya kuisafirisha. Kahawa ikiwa ghafi tuiongeze thamani wenyewe. Afrika tunakutana, kujadiliana na kukubaliana mwelekeo wa zao la kahawa barani Afrika. Lengo ni nchi zetu za Afrika kufanya biashara wenyewe badala ya kuisafirisha. Kahawa ikiwa ghafi tuiongeze wenyewe. Nyawizuki meze tawa imetukutunisha pamoja. Kahawa imetuleta pamoja. Kahawa inatupa fedha za kigeni na kujenga uchumi wetu Afrika. Viongozi karibuni Dar es Salaam, tujadiliane na kukubaliana mwelekeo mpya wa zao hili la kahawa kwa manufaa yetu sisi wenyewe wa Afrika. Tanzania nchi ya kahawa. Hey. Samia Suluhu kazi imeonekana. Hey. Ndani ya miaka 100 uzalishaji umeongezeka. Hey. Kahawa yetu fahari ya Afrika.
Habari nzuri. Hujambo? Sijambo. Kama kawaida. Hii ni Afrika. Karibu Tanzania. Uko poa? Ndio. Mambo. 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 Hakuna matata. In the heart of Africa where the rhythm flows, we come together, let the language grow. From the mountains to the coast, let's learn Swahili from me. You say, habari, hujambo, mambo, mambo. Afrika salamu, karibu Tanzania. Wow. Asante, barikiwe kuwa na amani. Let's explore together, come on, clap my hands. Nakupenda Tanzania, rafiki yangu, let's learn Swahili. It's a beautiful song. From Habari to Asante, the weight's so sweet, yeah. Tanzania's beauty, let's let it repeat. In every conversation, a friendship's born. Swahili unites us, so that's the title down. Count from moja to kumi, numbers in the air. Sauti nzuri, beauty, voices we share. Asubuhi, jioni, day and night, we'll sing. Let's learn Swahili, let the melodies ring. Let the melodies ring. Nakupenda Tanzania, rafiki yangu, let's learn Swahili. It's a beautiful song. Upendo enda kuna matata. That's the way. Let's learn Swahili, let the words unite. Embracing culture like stars in the night. From Java to Asante, let the music play. This African style, we'll find our way. Karibu Tanzania. Oh yeah. Karibu Tanzania. So let's keep learning together. We go embracing Swahili and Karibu Tanzania.
Karibu Tanzania.
In unity, love, forever stand. Let's learn Swahili.
Karibu Tanzania. Kikombe cha kahawa kinaleta marafiki pamoja. Kikombe cha kahawa kinatoa stress. Inatoa stress.
Rafiki na familia, tunywe, tufurahi, tuburudishwe.
Na kahawa ya nyumbani, kikombe cha kahawa ni dawa. Kahawa yetu, fahari yetu.
Kagera, Kigoma na Ruvuma, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa yetu, fahari yetu.
Songwe, Arusha, Kilimanjaro, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa yetu, fahari yetu.
Manyara, Mbeya na Mara, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa yetu, fahari yetu.
Afrika, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tunywe, tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tunywe, tunywe.
Kahawa.
Afrika, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tulive tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tunywe, tunywe.
Kahawa.
Tanzania, tunywe, tunywe.
Kahawa. Kikombe cha kahawa kinaleta marafiki pamoja. Kikombe cha kahawa. Kikombe cha kahawa kinaleta furaha ya pamoja. Kikombe cha kahawa.
Kikombe cha kahawa.
Inatoa stress. Inatoa stress.
Let us give them another big round of applause for that beautiful performance. Our coffee is our pride. And they said if you drink a coffee cup, it removes, it takes off the stress that you might have. So when you feel stressed, remember Africa's pride is our coffee. Honorable guests of honor, honorable ministers present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been rejuvenated by what Caro defined as heritage coffee, heritage entertainment, allow me now to go on to the theme, which is going to deep dive onto or through a panel discussion, which is going to ponder on the initiative to engage youth in the coffee value chain, the Youth Coffee Build Better Tomorrow. The session will be moderated by my co-host, Carol Ndosi. Please come and guide us onto this panel discussion as, ladies and gentlemen, we unlock employment opportunities for the youth. What do the youth have to say? Karibu Karo, and as she comes, let's extend a warm round of applause once again to her. Karibu Sana.
Asante Sana, Austin, thank you very much. So this is actually a massive opportunity for me as one of the people who actually participated in the project design for Building Better Tomorrow, but also as a farmer, which not many people know. Now, a lot of us might have heard about the Building Better Tomorrow project. However, very few of us know the person behind the curtains, the person who is working tirelessly, you know, in collaboration, of course, with her team, to make sure that the youth are really getting the opportunities that are set out in this project, but also the 5 components that are within the Building a Better Tomorrow project are actually implemented as per the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Vumilia Zikankuba, who is the project coordinator for Building Better Tomorrow. Vumilia, karibu sana. DJ Kidogo ka sound, you know, to let her walk gracefully. Thank you very much. So the modality of this panel, we will start with a presentation from Vumilia, who will present on BBT. And then allow me to also call Primus Kimario, Director General for Coffee Board, but Muntazir Jafar Hussein from Cafe Coffee to also join me on stage. Yeah, karibuni sana. So we will start with a presentation from Vumilia. Allow me to also call Zippy Irungu. Zippy, karibu sana. And I hope the IT department is ready for our presentation. All right, karibu sana Vumi.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share with you what Tanzania is doing to engage youth and women in agribusiness. Before I go further, I would like to take you through a few statistics about Tanzania. Agriculture sector in Tanzania is the backbone of the economy. It contributes over 26% to our GDP, yet it's employing 65% of Tanzanians. The sector is making subsistence to smallholder farmers that more than 80%. Looking at the population of Tanzania, when we did the national census, we were 61 million people, and our population growth rate is 3%. So we are expecting to be double by 2050. But on the other hand, the global population is growing faster, whereby by 2050 will be 9.7 billion people in the world. Now, the increase in population, we know that the basic need for every human being, the basic need, the first and foremost is food. So every human being has the right to food. And we have a responsibility to feed this growing population. So you and me sitting on earth today, we have a responsibility to make sustainable food system for ourselves and the future generation. So on the other hand, we have a commitment on the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, that we need to reach zero hunger by 2030. So we have the responsibility to feed the world. So what advantage we have in Tanzania is that our population median age is 18 years. So we have a huge number of youth and children. We have 31% of the population as youth, but 44% as children. So the children are the future youth. Another advantage we have is that Tanzania is seated in the geographical area where we can farm or we can engage in agribusiness successfully. So we have 7 agroecological zones where we can grow or we can participate in agribusiness from the input to the consumption level. With these advantages we're having, you will agree with me that Tanzania, like most of the African countries, we have the potential to be the food basket for Africa and the world as well. So it is under this basis, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu, decided that it's high time for Tanzania to have a special program to engage youth and women in agriculture. And that's where we came with the Youth and Women Initiative, which goes by the name of Building a Better Tomorrow program. So I'll go a bit about this program before I narrow down to the coffee, what we're doing in the coffee. So the Building Better Tomorrow program is aimed to promote youth and women participation in agribusiness for sustainable food system and improved livelihood. The program is implemented since we started 2023 and will go up to 2030. We are looking at the youth at the age between 18 and 40, and we don't limit the participation of youth based on the education. So all youth, all education expertise and level are welcome in the program, but the program is also implemented countrywide. The BBT, the special thing with the BBT is that it is trying to unlock the major challenges which has been hindering youth and women in participating in agribusiness. So what we are looking actually in the BBT is to make sure the youth have access to land, access to finance, technology, and market. We are looking forward to create employment, direct and indirect, not less than 1.6 million, and we are going to make very successful youth and women in agribusiness, at least 200,000 across the country. And while doing this, we are very sure we are going to reach directly more than 10 million people in the food system. Now, because of the broadness of the program, the BBT program, you can see the wide range and unlimited level of education. We have strategic objective to make sure that no youth or women is left behind. We touch everyone in need. So we have the objective to inspire youth, to empower, enable, and coordinate during the implementation. And while doing this, we are going hand in hand with the national strategies and policies we have put before, like the Tanzania Vision 2025 and the agriculture policy, all taken on board, because they all recognize the importance of youth and women in the agriculture sector. Now, the approach we are doing in implementing the BBT program, we are doing a food system approach to make sure all the projects we are implementing under the BBT program contribute to sustainable food system, and make the system productive, nutritious, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Also, in the implementation, the model is the PPP model, public-private partnership model, where we implement in collaboration with private sector and development partners. Now, because BBT is a program, it is implemented by a number of projects which were implementing the program. So the program projects are categorized in pillars to make sure we are really well organized. So we have 3 pillars which groups our project in the BBT program. The first pillar is a job creation pillar. The second one is the enhancing productivity. The third one is the wealth creation. I'll mention a little what we are doing in these 3 pillars. The job creation pillar looks at creating direct employment to youth and women. So this is where we have the block farming project, where we recruit youth and we give them land and then enable them to produce. Also, under this pillar, we do the BBT financing, whereby we give finance to youth and women who are doing agribusiness along the value chain. And the finance under BBT is a 4.5 interest rate, which is lower. And another project under this pillar is a value addition, where we help young youth and women to capitalize on value addition so that we can sell value-added products out of the culture sector. The second pillar is on enhancing productivity. In this pillar, we're looking how we can use the professional youth, the agronomists and staff to participate in providing extension services to farmers. So we have a BBT extension project where we engage youth to serve as extension expertise in the culture sector rather than waiting to be employed by the government. So this one gives them a chance to create their own private extension companies. Another program under this pillar is the BBT borehole project. In this project, we provide irrigation facility for smallholder farmers, regardless their age. So it's not limited to youth only. So we are looking to see how other people beyond the age of youth can benefit from the BBT program. So we provide them with borehole and irrigation facilities to make sure that they can farm sustainably. The third pillar, I said, is the wealth creation. Under the wealth creation, we have 3 projects. The first one is a community outgrower project, where in every block farm we establish for the youth, we set aside at least 1,000 acres for the villagers to grow parallel with the youth. The second project under this pillar is waste management and recycling projects, which we implement in parallel in the block farms. We take advantage of the waste which is being generated in the block farm to make them useful, for example, for electricity, fertilizer, and stuff. And the third project under this pillar is school programs and tourism. So we have school programs for students to make sure that we inspire them at the early stage, but also we have the agricultural tourism. So there's a plenty projects implemented under the BBT program. Now you will have to know the budget which is supporting the BBT program. We are looking forward to use 939 million US dollar in the implementation of BBT program, while 24% is the government contribution and the other % is development partner and private sector. As we know, agriculture sector is mostly done by private sector, so a big chunk goes to private sector and development partners. Now, what have we done so far up until this moment? I'll mention a few progress in a few projects as follows. In the first the first project which we started under the BBT was the Brook Farm project. So under this project, we have aggregated 340,000 acre land. So this is already set aside for establishing Brook Farms. And we liquidated the first batch of youth, 812, and incubated them, meaning we had to give them training before they can get into agribusiness. In the end, we got 686 successful incubated, and as we are talking, they are currently engaged in the Brook Farm. The Brook Farm, which we started with at two, so we have the Chinangali Brook Farm, which is in Dodoma. It is it has a total of 1,772 acres, and the youth under this Brook Farm has registered the AMCOs. And this is the model we are doing. After we take the youth in the Brook Farm, they don't farm individual. They make an AMCOs, a cooperative, which now is the vehicle for them to get fund and to to get the power to negotiate with the investors who they are working with. In this Brook Farm, in every Brook Farm actually, we put farmhouses for the youth, and so that they can be close and they can serve the farm closely. Also, you will see in this Brook Farm, they started the first season last year, where they did sunflower really successfully. They did a seed and sold it to an off-taker, which they signed a forward contract before. The second Brook Farm is a Ndogowe Brook Farm. This is the largest. It's 11,450 acres. And in this farm, for the first phase, we have prepared 507 acres, and we have engaged 418 youth already in the farm. So they have started their first season in this farm, and as you can see in the following pictures, they are participating in the farm preparations, and the current program going on now is planting. They are planting sunflower, which they have a four contract signed. And that's the model that we put them in the Brook Farms, and they cultivate what they will sell. So we identify the market before they start cultivating. Another project which we have, go back to the, yes. Under the same, the Brook Farm, we have gone, the first one is a Brook Farm established at the central level. Now we have gone beyond to see how we can reach more youth at their localities. So we have established Brook Farm at the local government authority, and here we have identified 143 farms, the total number of acreage in 9 regions. Now to make it easy, we have established these 16 mechanization centers to make easy to prepare the farms at local government level. At the BBT financing, we have financed, for a start, 29 youth worth 392 million Tanzanian shillings, and the other amount, 500 billion, is under process. So is under process, and more youth will continue benefiting. In the BBT extension, we have engaged 1,240 youth in cotton sector and cashew nut. So they are giving extension service in these crops to make sure the buyers get a good quality cotton and cashew. And in this one, the arrangement is that the youth are being paid by the buyers. So it's a business they are making as a private entity. And in the BBT borehole, we have started a pilot BBT borehole in Dodoma, whereby we have 17 farmers, each having not more than 2 acres. So they are farming together. What we do, we provide them what is needed for irrigation. So for them, we have put a borehole and drip irrigation. And to guide all these projects, we have the guidelines, which we have developed. So the guidelines guides ourselves and our partner in implementation. Yeah, we have on the BBT value addition, under the CISO Board of Tanzania, we have established incubation centers in Tanga and Zanzibar, where we have 314 youth incubated, where they are trained to add value in the CISO and they sell really good. In the course of implementing the BBT block farm, we also give the chance to the youth in the block farm because they are together. They get an advantage of, different stakeholders visiting them and building them capacity. So we have TFRA, Tanzania Fertilizer Regulatory Authority, who have trained 160 youth for fertilizer distribution. So they have the certificate and they can do fertilizer distribution business. We have Agriculture Seed Agents of Tanzania, also had certified 198 youth for seed production. All this from the 2 block farm I mentioned. We are implementing, as I said before, with development partners. We have our partners joining us in the implementation. Feed the Future, USAID, has supported the BBT programs through the 3 projects. And AGRA, we are still implementing with them the YEFA project. But Rikoto, Tanzania, also has contributed to reach 133 youth. And Sagot, Tanzania, is mainly collaborating with us in the mentorship programs to the youth. We have the youth in the block farm, they have trained, but they still need continuous mentorship. But Taha Tanzania is also a good partner in our implementation. Now, what initiative are we doing under the BBT for the coffee sector? For the coffee sector, what we're doing 4 main projects at the moment. We have the production and productivity, we have extension services, we have coffee making and trade, and the promotion of local consumption. So under the production and productivity, here we have the target of producing not less than 2,000 coffee seedling annually. So we engage youth in this and they get opportunity to generate income. Beyond the coffee seedling production, we have established the first BBT coffee farm in Kagera. Thank you to Madam Legion Officer from the Legion Commission from Kagera, that we have set aside 367 acres for coffee, and the investment is going on now in that farm, the farm preparation and the planting and weeding. To support, please. Now, a total amount of Tanzanian shilling 1.3 billion is needed to make this coffee project successful. Up until this moment, we have utilized 198 million Tanzanian shillings. So we are looking for 1.1 billion Tanzanian shilling to make this project successful. And this project, to support this project under the BBT program, after the region have set aside the land, the Minister of Agriculture has provided 5 tractors with the implements worth 290 million Tanzanian shillings to contribute to the program. But the Tanzania Coffee Board Tanzania Coffee Board has supplied the seedling to make all the farm planted. And also, this is a practice where the youth were planting the seedling. The other project is a BBT extension service. In this one, we engage youth in rehabilitating coffee farms, those which are over 20 years. So they are doing stamping, to make sure we make better trees. And the third project is a coffee making and trading, whereby we engage youth in barista training and doing it, business, also in coffee tasting. The fourth is the local promotion for consumption, where we have a mobile cafe shop for the youth, and they are given to the youth with a soft loan, which is a revolving fund. So they take back the money in 4 years' time. Having said all that, I would like to conclude my presentation by emphasizing that unlocking an employment opportunity for youth through the generation of Africa coffee industry call for our commitment to give chance and trust the youth. We need to inspire, keep empowering, engaging, and create enabling environment for youth people to our communities to tap on opportunities along the coffee value chain. Thank you for your opportunity. For the same.
Thank you very much, Vumilia. Please join us for the panel discussion. Can we have another round of applause, please, for Vumilia and that great presentation with so much data, but also highlighting the progress that the Building a Better Tomorrow project has had so far. So my panelists, karibuni sana, right? First of all, just a few rules. We're going to have 2 questions each because we're pressed for time. However, when you do get the mic, please introduce yourself again and your organization and what you do. So I will start with Primus from the Tanzania Coffee Board. Is the microphone okay? Just long press it. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you. Karibu sana Primus. My question to you, first of all, from the presentation that we have seen, it's very clear that the government and the ministry, through the respective agencies and boards, is really trying to employ what we call a holistic approach. So they're looking at finance, they're looking at markets, they're looking at, capacity building. But in terms of the coffee board and specific interventions when it comes to youth engagement and participation, what would you say are your priorities at the moment?
Thank you very much, Carol. First of all, my name is Primus Kimario. I'm the Director General of Tanzania Coffee Board. In answering your question is that we undertake to elevate the youth inclusivity in coffee industry. And one of the key areas on what we do is to create a youth-sensitive value chain. In that sense, we have the core business, whereby we all know, we all do it. We are the farmers. They produce, they sell coffee, they roast, they drink coffee. But when it comes to youth sensitivity, we have to look into the push and pull factors which will attract youth into the coffee production and business in large. So things like apprenticeship, interns, look into how youth can understand, can be incorporated slowly into coffee activities. And at the Coffee Board, we managed to establish link with the cooperatives, university, whereby we established a certificate in coffee qualitative trade. So youth start to learn on how best they can understand the coffee quality, how coffee trading is conducted. And again, all this become the push for them, whereby other infrastructures such as IT related becomes like a pull for them to be included in that business. And we know that with the right business environment, youth also always will be there. And at last is for them to feel that doing this kind of business is a decent job for them. That's what we come up with, the end result. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Primus. I love the ending, the decent jobs. And it gives me the perfect segue to go to Muntazir and Zippy, but I'll start with you, Muntazir. So I'm curious to learn from your perspective, what misconceptions do young people have about careers in coffee, seeing that you actually have a career in coffee? And I heard this amazing story about you, because we're also talking about access to finance. And I heard you bootstrapped your way to starting your business. You had how much again? I would love to hear the story, but not just for me, to inspire the other young people in this room. Karibu.
Hello. Thank you very much, Carol. My name is Muntazir Hussein. I am the founder and CEO of Cafe Coffee. The journey started in 2020. It was COVID time. Things were difficult. And we had an opportunity to start something very small. And it only started with $2,000, whereby I took up a very small space.
So at that time it was about 5 million shillings for?
That was roughly about 5 million shillings or slightly less. And it started off with a very small shop, a few friends together, gathered up. Somebody gave me a coffee machine, somebody gave me a shelf. I sourced coffee, roasted coffee beans from a friend in Moshi, and I started on the first day, and we made something like 16,000 shillings, and then the next day we turned into 50, and then 30 million, and by the end of the year we were crossing above $1 million only on coffee and selling cheesecakes. And so far since, we have branched out to different locations in Tanzania. We have coffee shops not only in Dar es Salaam now. We have a roastery that we roast our own coffee, so we control our own coffee. We have branches now in Zanzibar and in Arusha. And we plan to now scale it to Dodoma and other locations. It has been a tough journey in the coffee industry, but there is a lot of room and a lot of opportunity, especially for the beginners. And I still believe that in Tanzania and a lot of parts, neighboring countries, we still have the right opportunity to start somewhere small. We don't have to go directly into investing something big. We can start small. There is still opportunity. Our government, our minister, the president, they're all very supportive. And I think without them, this could have been impossible. And I truly believe that our youth, as soon as they finish school and college, they have the opportunity to study more about coffee, to learn more about coffee. We have amazing organizations now. We have amazing help from Tanzania Coffee Board if somebody would want to learn more about coffee. So there are so many room. Cafe Coffee does barista schooling. We have an academy. We normally take interns. We have taken interns from Tanzania Coffee Board, trained them, and then they have gone into different locations. Cafe Coffee, of course, has the highest number of baristas employed, and we continue on that journey from, they say from farm to cup,
right.
But we've not touched farming as yet, but from right after farming, we're there until the end.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Value addition, but also I'm hearing a lot of capacity building and creating linkages between youth and actual opportunities through the internship. Thank you so much, Muntazir. Zippy. So I learned that you're part of a multinational group, but I also heard that you somehow contribute to 18% of the market share, of the coffee market share in Tanzania. So my question to you would be, one, if it wasn't through Vol Cafe, the multinational group, how would you have seen yourself navigating through the sector? That's one. But two, how do you, as Vol Cafe, create more opportunities to bring more young people on board?
I'm Zipi Rungu. I'm the General Manager for Taylor Winch Tanzania, which is a branch of Volcafe in the country. I've been lucky to start 8 years ago in the company as a trainee, and through mentorship and investment from my company, I've grown to the position that I'm at. But to answer the first part of your question, I think there's a lot of barriers to entry for people. It would be amiss if I do not talk about the women as well in coffee, but there's a lot of barriers to entry to coffee, and I believe that if I hadn't joined the multinational, the only opportunities I would have had are through investments from the government into things like baristas, into things like agriculture and farming, but there's a lot more stages in the coffee value chain that are not addressed, and the opportunities are there. The export side is something that's not explored a lot by young people, and I think those are barriers from the financial capacity to be able to explore that part of the value chain. The second part of your question is a very interesting one, and thank you for asking that. I think we have a responsibility as the public and the private sectors to give back to these communities, because without the farmers, there's nothing for us to trade. So as a company, we partner with various donors to be able to set up projects that invest in capacity building for our farmers, and particularly to focus on women and youth, to be able to challenge societal norms like land rights and inheritance, to make sure that the women have the capacity and the opportunity to contribute and get paid for the work that they do. The women and youth contribute to the biggest part of labor in the coffee value chain, yet they are the most underpaid. So it's our responsibility and our duty to make sure that we challenge those things. And as a company, we want to build capacity in terms of giving coffee seedlings through the help of TCB and Takshi and our own nurseries, to make sure that we are able to give the women and the youth an opportunity to start their own farms and to be able to grow those farms through the support that we have in the field, but also give them an opportunity to sell their coffee through us or to other direct markets. We also do trainings with our quality team so that the farmers fully understand what is it that they are selling. If they understand the place that they are at and the place that we want them to be, we are able to just put more money into their pockets.
Thank you very much, Zipi. Now I'll come back to Primus. What kind of institutional support can we really push for to get more youth on board, considering that, for example, coffee as a crop takes a long time until you get the yield, right? Now, young people are always saying, I want hand to mouth, I need to survive. I cannot wait for 3 years or 2 years. So what do you think would be the ideal institutional support that we can offer youth to further attract them into production of coffee, but not just production, even in the value addition chain?
Thank you. As we have witnessed from the presentation, issues related to input support. You keep on investing, for example, to start a coffee farm. You'll wait until 3 years, you start harvesting the first fruits, the first harvest. So youth need this kind of support in the extended value chain. Look into financing, look into inputs, subsidy, you look into coaching, training, all this that are required to enable youth to be able, number one, to understand the industry itself, and secondly, to be able to be attracted until they start harvesting and knowing how it takes to become a coffee farmer or what it takes to be a coffee trader. So these are the areas which we looked into supporting the youth. In other areas, we know that youth, they are sensitive to certain features of which youth are heterogeneous. You know, most of the children, when they grow up, when they're born, they're different from one another. It's unfortunate that the model of education we give them, we want to make them think alike. But actually they are different, one child to another, one youth to another, completely different. So we need to take their heterogeneity, look together on how best you can things to pull them together, like IT-related issues, coffee clubs, etc., and give them kind of attractions to performance.
Thank you very much, Primus. So my last question to Muntazer and Zippy. I'll start with you, Muntazer. If you had low-hanging fruits, not even just low-hanging fruit, but two things that you could start with today to change the situation and bring more youth on board, particularly across the value chain, not just production and farming, what would you do?
Rephrase that.
Okay. I'm giving you $5 million. Okay, hypothetically speaking, or you are the Minister for Agriculture in Tanzania, or the other countries in the room. Two things that you could do to revolutionize the coffee industry across the value chain and bring more youth on board.
Okay, I think first of all, there is a gap, a big gap. I think education, first of all, is something that we need to enforce that into the general public, especially the youth. I think, and this is can be put into a priority, I think our schools and universities and colleges first, we need to enforce, with the help of Tanzania Coffee Board and the Ministry of Agriculture, for the youth to understand more what coffee is, or what the whole chain is. That way we can have more wider knowledge spread out within the youth and the people. And that is the only way more room can open by itself. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. So you're saying we embed this into the curriculum, or do we offer parallel programs?
Just like how we have seminars, or we have certain classes, language classes, Islamic classes, or religious classes, I think we could have agriculture more embedded in the culture or the syllabuses or the curriculum for the youth and schools, because that's the best way to penetrate and attract more younger generation, the youth, especially the teenagers today. They're more curious. And I think it is also very important to have social media and AI. Artificial intelligence right now should be not to be taken lightly. I think it is a point whereby we can use these small gaps that we have, because they are the ones that contribute largely to what we want to send out as a message to the youth. And I think that will automatically add a value. And I think that's where the gap is. This is what my understanding is on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Zippy, you mentioned women and their underrepresentation, and I'm very passionate about that as well. But seeing that they are actually the majority in the agriculture sector, how do we push for their representation, but not just their representation, their full participation and engagement to be acknowledged and actually recognized as, mass production farmers, if that is?
Financing. I think it's a very easy way to get not just women but youth as well into agriculture, into roasting. It's just access to financing. I think there's evidence that shows that East Africa has some of the lowest women with bank accounts, and thus access to finance is difficult for youth and women. So having grants or access to finance for them should be able to get them into coffee and keep them in coffee as well. I think education as well is very important, because a lot of the women that we deal with in the field, in production, have a knowledge of how their fathers or their husbands used to run the coffee farms, and when their fathers and husbands pass, they only know how to do what they've been shown. So investment into teaching them different ways, because the way you farmed coffee 20 years ago is not the same way you should be farming coffee now. Investment in innovation and technology and into teaching them how to be better. Honorable Minister said that the production in Africa is going down, and I believe it's because we're not innovating enough to adapt with the changes in coffee production. And I think that's where we should be focusing to invest in women and youth as well.
I love that you both touched on technology. Muntasa, you had something?
Can I add to that? I think these are amazing points, great points. And I think more seminars like these do make a greater impact. With G25, amazing, like what we have done, it has given an impact. A lot of people think, barabara sasa zitafungwa. You know, that's the concept. But G25 literally opened a lot of people that, hey, there is something happening about coffee. Now there is more awareness. So this by itself is a greater knowledge, not only to the youth, to the general public, wakulima. There are so many people who are not aware the impact of coffee that we have. I mean, I frequent to Dubai more often. I've studied at ICCA. I've studied professionally in coffee. And every time I go there and I speak about Tanzanian coffee, we're always told that what is Tanzanian coffee? They're more aware of what Kenyan partners have done an amazing job. And I think these kind of seminars, these kind of gatherings can bring a greater impact, not only to the youth, but to the general public.
Thank you so much for that addition. Now, as a closing remark, Vumi, I'm coming back to you. What would be your call out to the ecosystem in the room? What more do you want to see them doing to make a program or a project like BBT Coffee a reality and possibly have a duplication, you know, a replication across the piece?
Thank you so much, Carol, for the question. As the previous speaker mentioned, the issue is financing. We see the attraction for the young women and, for the youth and women in the coffee sector is on the end of the value chain, value addition and brewing and stuff. So we need to support them in the area or the value chain node where they are interested. And the big issue is financing. So like making more mobile coffee shop at maybe cheaper and stuff. Thank you so much.
Okay. So basically you're asking for money, Vomilia, yes? You're asking for money? Okay.
Yes, I'm asking for money. Yes, I'm requesting for money to support the youth initiative in coffee, but also in the block farms. We see if we can mechanize if we establish block farms. For example, we have established in Kagera. If we invest, it's easy to make youth engage in the coffee production. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Vumilia. A round of applause, please, for my panelists as we stand up. Thank you so much. That was very engaging. Austin, I hope I didn't overrun the time. Yes? Okay, so can we stand up, please, for a group photo? Can we have another round of applause? Much better. Thank you.
Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let's give this panel a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, guest of honor. Allow me now, before I invite honorable ministers for their country's commitment and statement, to deep dive briefly. It's going to be a very short panel onto the investment. We are now going briefly to look onto investment opportunities and financing in the coffee industry. And I would like, with your permission, for you to allow me now to bring to the stage Nancy Cheruyot from Kenya Commodity Fund. Miss Nancy, please come onto the stage. Miss Nancy. As she comes, let's give a warm round of applause. Be rest assured, Nancy, when I was talking about the session in the morning and that you're here, I was hinted that you have lots of money. So we look forward to seeing how we can actually bridge the gap between production and consumption through, if you can take the next chair, if you can take the next one. Thank you very much. How we can bridge the financing gap into the coffee value chain in Africa. May I call to the stage Godfrey Ngura. I stand to be corrected. Mr. Godfrey, as he comes, let's give him a round of applause. This is the Director General for Cooperatives Bank, I understand. CBT, they will get an opportunity to introduce themselves. But again, in the aspects of investment opportunities as well as financing in the coffee value chain, please join us onto the stage. You can pass here. This is your stage this afternoon. Guest of honor, allow me once again to invite the CRDB CFO, who is here to represent the CEO. The CFO from CRDB Bank. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. CRDB is one of the leading banks in Tanzania, and they have enormous resources, especially in the agriculture sector. He's also coming to share great insights on how we can finance the coffee value chain. And last but not least, honorable guest of honor, allow me now to invite our very own Mzee Amza. Karibu sana, Amir Amza. Let's give him a round of applause. He's among the youngest men we have in the room. Amir Amza is a highly accomplished Tanzanian with nearly 30 years of experience in the coffee industry. He is also the chairman and CEO of Amir Hamza Tanzania Limited, a family-owned company that has built the largest state-of-art spray-dried instant coffee factory in the Eastern and Central Africa. Allow me to repeat again, the largest state-of-art spray-dried instant coffee factory in East and Central Africa is found here in Tanzania, and it is owned by Mr. Amir Amza, who is also the chairman of the African Fine Coffee Association, as well as the AFCA Tanzania Country Chapter Chairman. We are delighted to have them all on stage. Karibuni sana for a quick session. I'm only going to ask you two questions. Two questions. After you've introduced yourself, I believe your mics are working on very well. My two questions, one will be, we had the key opening statement from Honorable Hussein Bashi, and he explicitly said we are producing coffee and selling raw at a price of 3 to 5, Honorable Minister, if I remember your speech very well. But again, we're exporting that, and we're importing the same coffee that has been slightly added value to it at $15 to $17 to $20 a kilogram. Now, I want us to all look onto what is it that Africa can do so that we're able to bridge that gap and create employment for the massive young people that we have in the continent. It's the youngest continent in the world. Over to you. If we can start with you by introducing yourself once again, my panelists, to begin with you, Madam Nancy. Karibu sana, Kenya Commodity Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Cheruiyot. I'm the Managing Trustee and CEO of Commodities Fund Kenya. It is a fund that supports the coffee value chain. Looking at the question that has been asked, it is true that Africa, we produce coffee, but we export it raw. I think at 95% of what we produce, we export it raw, and then it is re-imported back to Africa as processed, ready to brew or ready to drink coffee. So the question is, what can we do to change that? Number one, we need to go back and ask ourselves, why are we doing that? Why do we produce and export raw? Number one, Africa, the coffee was introduced to most African countries as an export crop. In Kenya, for example, during the colonial times, Africans were not allowed to drink their own coffee that they were producing. Number one, coffee was produced for export. Africans worked in the coffee farms. And when around the 60s, when they were eventually allowed to grow, it was strictly for export. You are not even allowed to uproot. So my question is in this room, how much of those colonial laws are still within our laws right now? Unfortunately, we still have our coffee policies anchored in the colonial laws. How should we open that? Because when you see the whole value chain set up, it is set up to encourage production and export. We have not actually opened that so that we are able to process our coffee at home. Now look at the African population. We have an African population of 1.5 billion people. Among these 1.5 billion people, we are told that 500 million or 30% are below 15%. I'm 15 years old. These are the youth. These are the Gen Zs. I'm a mother of four in the coffee sector. The world over, we drink 2 billion cups of coffee per day. Okay, fine. Let's say Africa, we just do 30%. That is 600 billion cups of coffee. We are able, we have the numbers. But we have to go back and see and say, how do we make the people drink coffee? This morning I was discussing with somebody and I said, look, in the villages we have posho mills. I don't know here in Tanzania, we have posho mill to do maize flour because we love ugali, we love sima very much. Every village has a posho mill. Why can't we have every village having a roaster where I go with my coffee, 5 kilograms, have it roasted, come back home and I'm able to drink coffee. If we don't start from home in the village, having our kids drink coffee right there, it is very hard when we come and start later in the university. So I'm calling upon our governments to relook at the policies. Let's open it up and let's have our people cooking coffee traditionally with our traditional methods and having our farmers being able to process the coffee at a very local level. Thank you very much.
That South Africa is one of the leading coffee consumers, yet none of the coffee that is consumed in South Africa comes from the coffee-producing African countries. Over to you. Godfrey, please tell us from CBT, how is it that we can really, change the narrative from being producers of raw to consumers? Please use this one.
Thank you, Austin. It's a pleasure. Ministers and delegates, my name is Godfrey Ngura. Godfrey Ngura is a managing director for country first ever cooperative bank. And allow me to appreciate the speech by Minister Bashe and admit that for the last 2 decades, decades to be specific, this bank has been contributing to the twice as much as we import the raw coffee than we export the finished good one. So the Cooperative Bank of Tanzania is really a coffee bank. The founders and members of this bank originally came from a coffee-producing region of Kilimanjaro. And it was meant to really finance and bridge a gap between financing need between the producers and access to market, looking for how they can really get the best prices by helping cooperative societies, number one, to aggregate, number two, to access market, but also be able to provide competitive and cost-effective pricing to primary agri from the farmers, particularly coffee farmers. And out of the desire and some challenges from main commercial banks, they founded a cooperative bank. So it is important that as we try to shift the paradigm and look for the better way to ensure that we don't we don't import more raw coffee, it's critical that as a bank we play a role to address the value addition. And if you ask me, I think the youth have a better chance to do that in terms of the number, generationally. So as a bank, we will be providing financing and leakages to support small-scale industry that add value. But we need to make agri-smart. The current generation of youth are smart youth. So in terms of the farming, the approach to farming, it has to be professional. We need some critical skills that resonate with the Gen Z. So we are able to attract them. Number one, to access funding in the bank is one thing. But does the farming process also smart to attract the youth? So we need both. Number one, we need financing to address some of the small-scale levels equipment and industries to provide value, so we don't export the raw. But also we need to address the farming, the process itself, make agriculture professional. And allow me to say this, agriculture appears to be, for those who doesn't have jobs, somebody saying, I don't have a job, I'm just a farmer. You see, we have to change the narrative and make youth feel like when they are farming, they should feel like any engineer will feel like he's doing engineering. A doctor will feel when he's doing operation. Can we make a farmer feel like, and that is what youth want to feel when they're doing agriculture. Can they feel like they're undertaking a professional thing? So it has to be smart, it has to be digital, but also it has to be tech. Let's make it tech-powered. In this way, we will be attracting youth, and the bank will have an opportunity to provide financing.
Just a quick one before you pass on the mic to my brother from CRDB Bank. What is it?
No, from Coop Bank.
Sorry?
From Cooperative Bank.
No, before I pass the mic to CRDB, now that I'm talking to you, I want you to give us just one example of what you have done as a cooperative bank to the youth in Tanzania, especially in supporting the coffee value chain. You can just give us one or two examples briefly so that we can now learn from what CRDB is doing in value addition so that we bridge the gap of exporting raw and consuming or exporting value-added coffee.
So, number one, working with KNCU, Kilimanjaro Cooperative, Native Cooperative Union, we have been able to address the value addition, and we are selling the processed coffee, roasted, packed. So we have provided the funding for the small-scale cottage machinery, where KNCU at their offices, behind the bar, they are able to roast, they are able to pack, and they are selling. Actually, we have a coffee union cafe in Kilimanjaro, where we are selling the coffee, but they're also selling the roasted packed bag, funded by the Coop Bank. We have been able also to extend close to 7 billion Tanzanian shilling in the last 3 years to cooperative society farmers to access market. But again, this is part of raw coffee export that we need to address by addressing the value addition approach.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you on that as we are looking on to unlocking the youth potential in the coffee value chain. Allow me now to pick the brains from my brother from CRDB Bank. Is the Chief Finance Officer of CRDB Bank, with the massive capital that you have as the bank to addressing agricultural issues. I want you to kindly share with us some of the practical approaches that CRDB Bank has deployed to ensuring that coffee specifically coffee, is actually able now to transverse across Tanzania and across the African region to the global markets with value addition.
Good afternoon. My name is Maregesi Shaban. I'm here on behalf of our group CEO and CFO. And currently I'm working with CRDB Bank PLC as the head of agribusiness. Coming to the topic, what the bank is doing to support coffee value chain. And the theme which is actually looking on how we can improve our balance of trade across all African countries. CRDB is supporting actors in the agricultural value chain. Coming specific to investors in coffee industry, we support the entire value chain from primary producers, service providers, as well as those who are investing in agro-processing. Now, with agro-processing, it means there are sub-segments which need to be enhanced so that we unleash the potential of what we can sell and the return that we are aiming at. For that to happen in coffee, for example, most of the agro-processors end on the stage of just changing the cherry into parchment and clean coffee. And then the clean bean is exported, which is still raw. What should be added, according to what I see, is the opportunity to enhance the value addition aspect on the roasting, grinding, and packaging, so that instead of just selling raw coffee, we can now, as a continent, selling the commodity that is directly going to the final consumer. So for us to improve the balance of trade, that is the way to go. Now, as a bank, what are we doing? We are giving support in terms of inclusive growth, in terms of financial inclusion, by giving both short-term working capital as well as long-term investment capital. With that, it means investors and African at large, we have to wake up by increasing the motive for import substitution industries. If we do that, it means we'll be now selling the commodities which will bring more return to our countries. From the farming point of view, we managed to mobilize smallholder farmers into groups so that they can be able to produce together, aggregate their crop together, and sell to the off-taker in a simpler way. With that, we are actually supporting the government initiative through grouping of smallholder, small-scale farmers so that they can be easily served and be easily linked with the potential markets, local and international ones. And this is the way to go. We have heard about BBT. The government is just not doing it alone. As a bank, we have taken an initiative to be part of the trainers in terms of capacity building and training so that they know how to manage their business and how to effectively use the credit facility that the bank will grant to them. So during incubation period, under which the Ministry of Agriculture is actually assisting these youth and women in the incubation center, we actually take a place of training together so that once they graduate from the incubation center, they become more aware on what should be done and how to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we give my panelists a round of applause? Mr. Amir, I'm going to come back to you. and give you a 5-minute slot to basically do your presentation, which will sort of like give a summary of this discussion. But allow me once again to come to you, Nancy. I want now to focus on the access. And since all of you are financiers, I want us to focus on the access. We all agree that agriculture is probably the most ill-financed sector for many reasons. And now we're looking on to the opportunities for youth. They do not have the collaterals. They probably do not have the bank records, the statements that you require. They do not have probably the know-how to even fill up those 200 pages document to be able to secure a 50 million loan. Now, how do we then ensure pragmatically that the youth have access to financial loans and capital that they will now be able to take over the industry and really transform it from exporting raw to actually be able to produce from Africa? To start with you, Nancy, access. And if you can highlight specifically on some of the key examples that you have done as Kenya Commodity Fund to assist the young people to access the capital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, access is something that has been hindering the youth from accessing finances. Remember, we need the finance, it's a revolving fund. We need it back so that we can lend it back. So when the fund was established, we used to take a tangible security in terms of the project farm itself as a form of collateral. But however, with time we realized that the title of the farms belonged to the fathers. So the women, even though they would farm, the farms didn't belong to them, so they were not able to access the funding. So what we did in Kenya to enable the youth, the women, and other special groups who did not have title for their farms, we introduced what we call direct settlement scheme. And what direct settlement scheme does is that the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, where most coffee is traded in Kenya, we have an MOU with them where they will deduct the loan and then it's paid to our account, and the balance is paid to the coffee farmer or the cooperative for that moment. So what the DSS did, where it became a law that all coffee sold at Nairobi Coffee Exchange has to go to the settlement account with one of the banks that was identified. So now there is no risk. I give you a loan, I follow your coffee up to the market, and according to the agreement that we signed with the producer, my deduction is done while, and we are paid at the same time. So that was one very key thing that has been implemented in the past 1 year. Secondly, we also demystified the issue of title deed, and we said, fine, if your father does not trust you to give you the title deed, we also are now went ahead and ensured that you can also legally lease land. So a lease can now be legally registered, where you can lease 5 acres for 10 years, or for 15 years, 20 years, and with a lease agreement, you can still use that one as a security. And for us, as a financier, we are able to give you loan, because we want to know that for these 15 years, you are actually going to farm coffee on it, and somebody is not going to come back and say, bring my land back. So those are some of the two key interventions we have done. Finally, we also working with estate farmers. You know, estate farmers are the middle, I can call them the middle to higher level, the people who have more acres and they have access to more capital. And we told them, as part of your growth in coffee sector, in every region, if you can stand in for the youth or the people around you where they support them, give them inputs, give them capacity, and give them, you know, and then offtake their coffee. We lend through such estate farmers. So, and we have seen that very well working with women and youth, where somebody has maybe 50 or 10 acres or 20 acres, and then he gets the other smallholder, half acre, you know, 1 acre, 2 acres, and take them under their wing, And they form an association where we lend this smallholder through this estate farmer who is able to secure the loan on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nancy. A lot of great lessons to learn, and I believe the coffee players in all our respective countries are gathering some of the best practices that are being demonstrated by Nancy from the commodity, the Kenya Commodity Fund. Over to you, Mr. Maregesi Shabani from the CRDB Bank, Head of Agribusiness. Access, tell us.
For CRDB to make inclusive growth, we are actually taking the structured finance and partnership as key to unlock limitation in accessing funds. With that, we design the financing model that suits our farmers. And actually, the bank is taking both formal and informal collaterals. For farmers who are in rural, mostly their land are unsurveyed. But we can demarcate the piece of land through neighborhood on the northern, west, south, and the like, so that we can now formalize it as part of collateral. That is one. But the government of Tanzania is also supporting investors who are producing for export. The government, through our central bank, the Bank of Tanzania, is having the so-called Export Credit Guarantee Scheme. So for farmers who are producing for export, and in case they are falling short of collateral, the Export Credit Guarantee Scheme is complementing the same. But the bank has gone a step further to engage other guarantors, local and international, in such a way that once we find that there is business viability, limitation of collateral is no longer an issue. Apart from that, we designed the so-called tripartite agreement to link smallholder farmers, the bank, and key off-taker. This makes easier financing inclusion to people who might be left out of the cycle of finance. How? The off-taker is agreeing that once the crop is produced, it can be taken and bought by them. So they give us market assurance. While, on the other hand, the off-taker is also guaranteeing the bank that after buying the crop, the sales will be routed through CRDB bank account. So we can even take the expected sales proceeds as part of the collateral for the loan. Apart from that, the bank is also having a subsidiary in the name of CRDB Bank Foundation. This is our uplifting wing, which is helping youth and women to get startup capital. We call it in the Bantu language, Imbeju. Imbeju means seed. So youth and women with investment ideas are not left out of the chain. We incubate them, we train them, we give seed capital for them to start and implement their dreams. So this is the model that we use to transform and make sure that whoever is in need of investing gets support, equitable support that is desirable for them to invest and improve their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Godfrey, for less than a minute. Just give us your take on the access. I want every young person present to know and be your ambassadors on how they can access capital from the cooperative bank that stands behind and beside them. Karibu.
Thank you. Because cooperative bank is less than a year old, here is my take, my vision for this. And this is actually what we are doing at Coop Bank. Number one, for us to address the access to finance, we can't, and again, focusing on youth, we can't keep on funding agri. the way it has used to be done traditionally. Youth doesn't own land, youth doesn't have collaterals, youth doesn't have track records of the bank accounts and whatever. So as a government, but also as a bank, we need to make some deliberate actions, affirmative one. Number one, we must start funding startups. And as Coop Bank, we will be funding startup around agri-value chain, and more specifically coffee and the like, coffee, cotton, cashew nut, and the rest of the strategic crops, including the tobacco. But it should not be dependent on the track record, history on the performance, collateral, land. It has to be on the idea and the values that things bring. Backed by some deliberate action or funding, special funds or revolving fund, internally generated within the government or anywhere, but creating an opportunity for youth to access fund. Number two, we must fund innovation. So we must create, because we expect that in this generation, youth are innovative. Even if they are not, we must find a way of making them innovative. Other than other factors, but I understand part of the challenges in creating innovation is research and development. So as a bank, we must also fund and find a way of where ideas are cherished. Ideas are taken to the next level, and we fund ideas to make them real. This way, we will attract youth, we will give them access to finance, but again, we must enable them to add value. So adding value will need technology, they'll need machineries, they'll need, but again, where do they get the fund? It has to come from the bank. So I strongly believe for us to unlock the youth potential, we must give them an opportunity to start, make mistakes, fund mistakes, cherish innovation, and allow them to cherish.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's give my panelists once again a round of applause. As I now give Mr. Hamza, I believe you will have less than 5 minutes presentation, which will sum up the discussion that we've had, and then my panelists will have the parting remark, less than a minute, and then I will invite Honorable Bashe to guide us on to the next step, which will now invite all the ministers and those representing their countries to come and share their commitment. Hamza, over to you. Yes, you can come here, you can speak from there. The choice is yours. Can I have the presentation? It's already on the screen. Next slide.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister of Agriculture and honorable dignitaries, His Excellencies all here. I thank God that today is a historic day for Tanzanian stakeholders to have such kind of a meeting in our country. It has never been that type of a meeting where in my 30 years or 32 years of my coffee career, I'll never come across this type of meeting in our country. So I thank God and I thank our President, Her Excellency Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, for having this kind of atmosphere in our country that now people are coming and our country has opened up. But I should also thank Honorable Minister of Agriculture for his dedicated work day and night till we got this meeting, not forgetting the Coffee Board of Tanzania, Director General Mr. Primus and his team. And I would like to recognize our chairperson of Tanzania Coffee Board, Mama Kazaura, and all the coffee stakeholders here. As the chairman of African Fine Coffees Association, next week on 20, we'll be having a scientific conference by IACO, but AFCA will be having African Fine African Coffees Conference and Exhibition starting from 26 to 28. And I'll request all the coffee stakeholders to participate in that. And next slide, please. I'm presenting here as a CEO and founder of Amir Hamza Tanzania Limited, my company, which I had founded in 1994. It's now 31 years. And what I will be talking today here, I'll go fast because initially I was invited and present for 15 minutes. Unfortunately, I think the program has gone due to the timing, but I'll try my level best. Some of the slides I'll just cross over. So I'll go to the history for my company. My company was incorporated on 4th October 1994 with registration certificate 26202. And today, after 30 years, I can say I thank God that we got the largest instant coffee production facility in Eastern Central Africa with a production capacity of 6,000 tons of powder per year. And it is based in Kibuye, Maruku, Bukoba, Kagera region. And I would like to also acknowledge our regional commissioner and the team from Kagera to be here. Our journey started in 1994 from my family backyard, and then I got the license from Tanzania Coffee Board. Please, previous slide, please. Yeah, this is our first license which we obtained in 1994. And you can see our offices when we started in 1995 were of wooden planks, Mabanzi. And you can see a VIP visitor that was none other but he was ambassador of Denmark in Tanzania who visited us. And in 1999, we also had a mobile coffee curing factory. We were innovators and we were trying to innovate and look at the world where it was moving. Coffee consumption patterns in Africa. I would like to talk a bit about it, but I'll go fast. The imbalance between production and domestic consumption, the untapped opportunities to boost local production, and Africa's domestic per capita consumption. You can see from this slide the countries which are producing coffee in Africa. Number one is Ethiopia, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, Tanzania, and others. But if you go to the coffee consumption side, leading is Ethiopia, but then second number is Algeria, and you can see the consuming countries are not producing countries except Ethiopia. I'll just rush to next slide, please. Here we are looking at the consumption and trade imbalance. Africa exports about $3.6 billion worth of coffee, which Honorable Minister also said in his speech. But Africa imports coffee worth $14.4 to $20 billion out of the $540 billion total world revenue, roughly. Africa is importing that much. Local consumption in producing countries down, but those countries which are not producing are importing coffee from outside Africa. And compound annual growth rate of coffee in Africa is going at 4.5%. Next slide, please. Case for value addition and innovation in Africa. If you look at the figures here, the same, everybody knows about it. I will not talk much about it, but on those photographs there, you can see how we are roasting our coffee locally in Africa most of the time, and down there you can see the modern equipment roasting the coffee. The biggest problem we have on the African continent is lack of machinery which is manufactured in Africa. Coffee machinery, if you go to coffee producing continents of the world, you go to South America, they've got their own roasters, they've got their own espresso machines, they've got own coffee machinery and equipment. You come to Asian countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, you go to China, you go to Vietnam, everybody has got his own, made in his own country, the machines for espresso, for production of various coffees, including curing. But on the African continent, we have a lack of that. Next slide, please. You can see here the way we brew our coffee. You go to Zanzibar in Delhi on one side, that's how we drink the coffee. On another side, you can see the espresso machine. And this picture shows us what is the difference in brewing. The young generation, when they come to drink coffee, or they want to drink coffee with this type of production, young generation is a bit reluctant to go into drinking coffee. If we want to enjoy increasing the production, we need to change that. I think due to time, my slides are being pulled, so no problem. This is African Continental Free Trade Area, and I think we know what the advantages are, and we know what are the challenges. Challenges like logistic. You export coffee from Tanzania to take it to Nigeria, it takes more than 3.5 months to reach there. There are non-tariff barriers, there are bureaucratic bottlenecks, market access to the digital platform. You go to next slide, please. Now, this is the slide which I would like to discuss about it a lot, and I will request everybody to pay his attention and look at it. This is where the opportunity is for us in Africa. And we'll see what is the problem with our system in Africa, which is hindering the value addition on the African continent. And I will apologize beforehand to our financiers who are financing. Because you can see coffee, that's the fruit of the coffee from the tree. And you can see at the end, you got the brewed, spent ground, and you got the grinding cup. It's only 1% of the coffee which is utilized. 99% of the coffee is in between here. We got coffee pulp, we got coffee husk, we got silver skin, but over there you got pectin layer, you got other things. What we can do from this, we can do upcycling and revalorization of this. We can use the pulp husk, and we can also eat the coffee. If you go back to my first slide, there was a picture of Kamwani there. Unfortunately, I think it was rushed through. Kamwani is that we in Kagera region, we eat coffee. Tunasema tunakunywa kahawa, sisi tunakula kahawa. We drink coffee, but we eat coffee. We got Kamwani, which we chew. And that is our traditional. If you are a VIP, you go to anybody's house, you can see Kamwani there, and the way it is put. So that is one way of eating your coffee. You come back to that slide of, here. You see that we can eat coffee. On other side, we can even view our coffee. Unaweza ukavaa kahawa yako. From the coffee husks and the pulps, and I mean other silver skin, everything. The world today is producing textile. They started by producing the masks during the COVID. Last year, the World Coffee Producers Forum in India, World Coffee Conference in India, and there's a guy who came in, he removed his jacket and wore another jacket, said this is made from coffee. So we can do that. We can also produce non-dairy creamer from coffee, that is milk. We can also produce sweetener from this coffee, and we can also produce novel types of food from coffee, plus diesel from coffee. Today, London and European countries, they are using diesel from spent coffee. The greatest factor to achieve this is affordable finance. I'm sorry to say that we don't have affordable finance in African continent. If you compare the Germans, you compare Europe, you compare those countries which are taking our raw coffee, you go and talk to them. Like I got a live example. I visited a factory in Germany in one area. That was a soluble coffee plant like mine. When I went there, they said that if you want to invest here, you bring in a business plan, your business plan is approved, you get 60% government grant. Then the 40%, you go to an industrial bank and you are given a 2% for 25 years, and 5 years being the grace period. That type of finance from that company there, when that company comes to our continent to buy coffee, who can really compete with him in not taking our raw coffee to that continent, and then we buy that finished product on the African continent? Everybody frankly think about it. Can we compete with these guys? Can we really compete with that type of finance? We cannot. So in order to have this value addition and utilize our coffee the way it is, and to make sure that our youth getting employment, coffee has got employment, a lot of employment, and our youth can be employed and we can solve the problem of employment in coffee. But we need finance, appropriate finance. Without getting the appropriate finance, we cannot really move. Next slide, please. This is just recommendation, and I think I will just go into recommendation. Is you can say technology, you can see capacity building. These all things need money, and without proper finance, we cannot move. I will conclude, last slide. I will conclude with our Father of Nations wordings. You protect the weak until they become strong before they can compete. We need to be supported. The coffee industry needs to be supported, whether it's the private sector, it's cooperative, it's government, whatever it is. But we need the support in the coffee industry, and that support will only come if we change our mindsets, look at the coffee industry the way it is required. With this and the timing, I should just say it's going to be a good day, made with love in Tanzania. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Asante sana sana. Let me start with you, Nancy, on your parting remark. Make it less than a minute.
Thank you very much. What I can say is I have three parting remarks to give. Number one, now that IACO has succeeded in having coffee as a strategic crop at the AU, it has succeeded as making IACO a specialized body in AU. And now we have Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area. I think what we want to see from IACO going forward is a deliberate effort to bringing African producing countries to discuss with Africa producing countries how they are going to sell to each other. Maybe next G25, we'll have them telling us that since last year, now we have made Tanzania sell coffee to South Africa more, or Uganda to Sudan and all that. That's what we want to see going forward. We want also to see countries through the AU discuss infrastructure. How do we connect each other? East African Commission with SADC, what do we need to connect and make our movement of coffee and other goods easy? Should we use the sea? Should we join the roads and all that? That is one thing also we need to do. We need to demystify the coffee processing at home. Let's use home technologies. Let's create our own machinery. We do it, maybe at the first it will not be very good as the one that is imported, but with time we'll perfect our own technologies of how to process coffee so that we can consume at home easily and cheaply. So last but not least, I want to throw a spanner into the works. How about protecting our own domestic industries? Why don't we levy these imports? Any coffee that is processed, we should levy very highly and use the funds to support our own local industries. America has just announced theirs that they are going to levy 25%. Why can't we levy 50% on all processed imported coffee to Africa? I mean, within other African countries, we don't do that. But if it's coming out of Africa, let's levy that and use to develop our own domestic market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nancy. May I welcome you, Mr. Marigesi, for your parting remark. Make it less than a minute.
Thank you. My remark will be on the fact that technology is moving so fast, and we are also facing the challenges, especially resulting from the climate change effects. That being the case, innovation, mechanization, for us to make precision agriculture is inevitable. Now, for this to be attained, I call upon all of us to look on how we can make collaborative ways of doing things through private-public partnership. That is where we can unlock all the pain points, collaborate with the governments we have, and transform the sectors to its maximum potential. Coming to Africa, our land size is over 30 million square kilometers. Our internal market is having the population of 1.5 billion people. What should we do is collaboration, cross-border investments. Those who have abundance should look on how they can serve those who are in need within the continent first. Those who have precision technology should also look into how they can expand within the region so that they leverage on what they have to maximize more in terms of market and in terms of productivity. For Tanzania, the investment policy is very attractive. We are welcoming you to invest in Tanzania. We have abundant in terms of arable land, we have abundant in terms of resources, and we have abundant in terms of financial support. CRDB Bank is ready to be your #1 choice local bank. You can come and invest, and even if you find a potential trader, a potential partner that you want to do business with, we are welcoming you to harmonize your trading. We can structure your facilities, your trade deals very safely through letters of credit, guarantees, and even financing. So the doors are open as we are following the investment policy of the country led by our President for the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, actually is promoting investors to come. And for your information, whatever you invest in the country, once you want to generate profit and you want to take back the profit to your country, there are nice arrangements CRDB can do. Through the central bank, we can register your equity injection as the shareholder's loan in such a way that once you generate profit, you can repatriate your profits without any restriction. I welcome you all, and let us collaborate for the signage and profitability of all parties involved. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Godfrey, your parting remark. Can you really make it 30 seconds?
Thank you. Number one, I think it should be youth-focused. If you want to really create a value along coffee and increase production of a finished coffee, it has to be focused on the youth. Number one, because they are youthful, the largest number in terms of population. They are 50%, more than 50% of Tanzania. But again, they are the production unit, actively economic, active production unit. So we must focus on youth. But how? The generational change requires us to fund them through innovation. We must fund them through startup and ideas rather than traditional. We must change the model. I think the Tanzanian model on BBT is a way to go, where we fund ideas and startup. We can as well cascade this down to coffee, to sector-specific product. Let's make agri and coffee tech. Let's make it digital. Let's make it smart. We'll have the youth on board. Thank you. Thank
Asante
you.
sana. Godfrey and Hamza, 30 seconds of your parting remarks. What's your take from this discussion. 30 seconds, and then we will go on to the ministerial session.
Yeah, thank you very much. From this session, my request to the audience, to our leaders and everybody in this room, together with my colleagues here, is that Africa is not poor. We are rich. We've got our resources, and if we decide we can do wonders, it is now time to decide about value addition coffee. We need to have finances. We need to support the coffee industry the way it has to be supported. Once we get the proper financing. By finance, I know that there are regulations with the central bank, and our financial institutions are being regulated. But these regulations are not our own regulations which we have done it. We have inherited them from somewhere. So we need to change those regulations to look at our own continent, at our own countries, and we have to look at how we can move around. We can produce our own coffee, we can drink our own coffee. Regarding the statistics of coffee, it is not very clear. You cannot get 100% true statistics from anywhere in the world, especially in our countries. The coffee which is consumed, which is grown, is not 100% recorded. So even the statistics are approximate. But what I mean to say is that Africa can consume its own coffee, provided we do value addition as per the taste of the generation or as per the taste of the people who require to drink that coffee. With that, I say thank you very much. And again, I thank our leaders, our minister, and all coffee board and our president for this type of meeting which we held. And I also thank my colleagues from West Africa and other parts of Africa for coming to Tanzania. We usually were meeting outside in London or somewhere there in Addis Ababa, but today you are here in Dar es Salaam. You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And my take as the moderator for this session, I would like to end by quoting Chinua Achebe. But before I do that, honorable ministers, we had Amir Amza who said on his presentation that it takes 3.5 months to transport coffee from Tanzania to Nigeria. 3.5 months, and we are celebrating the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I believe as we shortly will be hearing on your country's commitment, probably this will emanate within the next 2 days, and to see how we can bridge our countries and stand united as Africa. So Chinua Achebe once said, when we come together like this, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's not because we cannot sit and enjoy our offices back in our countries, but we come together because it is good to do so. And as it is good to do so, let us literally, as we part with the Dar es Salaam Declaration, which we'll soon be hearing from the ministers, take this forward to really advance the opportunities that can emanate from the coffee value chain and other value chains that will empower the youthful population that we have in Africa. If we do not do this now, then our young people tomorrow will come and ask, what is it that is left for us? Without further ado, let's once again put our hands together for all my panelists as we stand for a group photo. Can we please line up for the group photo before we go on to the ministerial session?
So you will just give. As they take the group photo, just a soft reminder for those who are also attending tomorrow, our guest of honor will be the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. So we kindly request you to be at the venue and be seated by 8:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
So, my dear delegates, are we excited? Are we happy with what is happening in the room? Can I see with a show of hands, how many of us are happy onto what is going on? And I'm happy to see a lot of hands of the young people, because we are truly unlocking the opportunities for the young people. May I request all of us to please stand up and stretch a little bit before I bring the ministers onto the podium. Can we all please rise? And let's do a little bit of stretching. Can we put our hands up? Imagine that you're holding a coffee bean all the way up. Can we put both our hands up? Pick those coffee beans from the tree. Okay, let's swing them to the right. Please take your seats as I now invite honorable ministers to please come to the stage. Our stage can only take 6 chairs, so I will invite the first round of ministers, and then we'll take the next one, and then we shall have Tanzania as the final and give us as well as the closing remarks. May I invite Uganda? We have Honorable Kiakulaga Fred Bwino. Kindly come to the stage. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Adugna Debela Bote, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Please join us onto the stage. Let's give him a round of applause. Apologies if I'm missing some of these titles. I will get them correct tomorrow, but we have Ethiopia. Allow me now, guest of honor, to invite Cote d'Ivoire Ambassador Ali Torre. Please join us onto the stage, representing Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, please join us onto the stage. May I invite Honorable FCPA Wycliffe Oparanya from the Republic of Kenya. May I invite Mr. Abudulai Nana, representing the Minister of Commerce from Cameroon. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. And as the final one for this round, may I invite Mr. Honorable Eric Rigamba, Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources from the Republic of Rwanda. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have our ministers onto the stage on the G25 Africa Coffee Summit, and they are going now to tell us what is the commitment that is being passed on from their countries towards the Dar es Salaam Declaration. Honorable ministers, you have the floor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For us as Rwanda, we fully endorse the Dar es Salaam Declaration on coffee as a strategic commodity, recognizing the critical role coffee plays in fostering poverty reduction, economic growth, and sustainable development in Africa. I just want to put that into context, borrowing on what my brother, Minister Hussein, said. If you think about just writing a business plan for our 25 countries that are producing coffee, and you just say we have a market already home of 60 billion USD of the coffee we import, and we just say, you know what, let's just use that as a starting point, where if coffee imported costs about $4, even if we put 32.5 or 3, that market will be viable enough for our local producers and value addition businesses. And so I think, and I believe, before we look for market outside, I guess the $6 billion imports can easily be a very good business for us as a continent. I think it is easier not to complicate it. Let's just do that. We just tap into that, add value to our coffee. We don't import, we just distribute it to our neighbors, and we take it from there. I thank you.
The honorable ministers present in the room, esteemed heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Republic of Uganda, and we thank the government and the people of Tanzania for the warm welcome. Uganda recognizes coffee as a strategic commodity, vital for our economic growth, foreign exchange earnings, and the livelihoods of millions of our citizens. In this regard, we are fully committed to the objectives of the G25 Africa Coffee Summit and its mission to elevate the African coffee sector. As you know, Uganda hosted the second G25 Africa Summit in Kampala in August 2023, and this culminated in the Kampala Declaration. We are proud that various aspects of the Kampala Declaration have borne fruits, including the fact that the heads of state of the African Union adopted coffee as a strategic anchor commodity in the AU Agenda 2023, and the inclusion of IACO as a specialized agency of the African Union. Back home, Uganda's coffee sector has seen remarkable growth over the years. As you know, Uganda is ranked as Africa's #1 exporter and the 7th globally. And currently, Uganda earns more than $1 billion from the export of raw coffee. And we expect that our earnings will increase if we succeed in adding value to what we produce and sell internally and externally. This success is attributed to the deliberate policies of the Ugandan government, combined with the strong partnerships between coffee stakeholders and service providers across the value chain. We have the Uganda Coffee Roadmap, which was launched 8 years ago to increase production to 20 million bags by 2030. And this has spurred increased production and improved coffee quality. I'm proud to inform you that Uganda coffee has been ranked the 3rd best globally by certified global professional testers. This ranking reflects our unwavering dedication to producing high-quality coffee through sustainable farming methods. The theme of the 3rd Africa Coffee Summit is particularly relevant, and it has been articulated about the demographics of Africa. In Uganda, 73% of the country's 45.9 million people are under the age of 30. We must therefore prioritize the investment in youth if we are to regenerate the Africa coffee industry. Investing in the training and the capacity building of the youth through regional centers of excellence will go a long way to boost the entire coffee value chain. And supporting youth-led ventures like mobile cafes and coffee shops to increase domestic consumption, value addition, and promoting entrepreneurship will similarly do the same. Let us also embrace innovation and encourage youth entrepreneurs to develop innovative approaches to coffee production, processing, and marketing. We, the G25 Africa coffee producing countries, must prioritize strategic investments in coffee roasting infrastructure and leverage coffee byproducts to catalyze the value addition and enhance economic outcomes. To revitalize the Africa coffee sector and unlock the opportunities for its youth and women, African governments should support the regeneration of the coffee industry across the value chain, increase funding for youth entrepreneurship through public-private partnerships, and establish regional centers of excellence for trading. Furthermore, government should invest in research and development to address the impact of climate change on coffee production and harmonize coffee standards to promote intra-Africa trade. We look forward to the adoption of the Dar es Salaam Declaration, which will outline the key recommendations to strengthen the coffee sector across Africa. As I conclude, Uganda remains committed to supporting an integrated Africa coffee strategy that collaborates with all key stakeholders at the national and regional levels. Let us work together to ensure the sustainability of the African coffee industry and unlock its vast potential for economic growth and youth employment. I'm confident that this summit will yield significant benefits, including unlocking access to finance for the coffee sector in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kyakulanga Fred Bwino, who is representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. And now we go on to, but I would also like to thank Honorable Mr. Eric Rugamba, Honorable Eric Rugamba, the Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, for your statement as well. We would now go on to Dr. Aduguna Debelebote, who is the Director General for the Ethiopia Coffee and Tea Authority. Thank you so much, and over to you now. What's the commitment?
Thank you so much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to address this, our country's, Ethiopia's statement on behalf of my Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Girma Amante. Ethiopia is widely known to be the birthplace and the genetic diversity of Arabica coffee. And the crop is an important cash crop and plays a crucial role both for the national GDP as well as the livelihoods of a number of stakeholders along the value chain. The demand for coffee is likely to grow, and the growth in the coffee consumption presents a tremendous opportunity for coffee producing countries like Ethiopia. The global coffee price this time is also very rising, and we need to capitalize and explore or use this opportunity to support our farmers. Looking at our coffee value chain, we see more women involved in our every step in the coffee production. Without women and youth, without their participation, the coffee that we have would not have been produced and increased in that way. Ethiopia has empowered the women and youth in the coffee economic sector, particularly by developing a gender mainstreaming strategies and also invested a lot in how to capitalize on the local consumption and the value addition. As a lion's share coffee producing country in the continent, Ethiopia has supported and adopted the commitments that have been made or the declarations that have been made in Nairobi and Kampala, among which Ethiopia contributed a lot in the registration and consideration of coffee as a strategic commodity in AU 2063 strategy. We've also invested much on value addition and local domestic consumption. On the same token, Ethiopia is very committed enough to accept and adopt and support the materialization of the Tanzania or Dar es Salaam Declaration, particularly as has been indicated in the theme, and by unlocking the employment opportunities for the youth and women. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aduguna Debele Bote, the Director General of Ethiopia Coffee and Tea Authority. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Karibu.
Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République unie de Tanzanie, j'espère que je peux parler en français. Par respect pour les autorités, j'ai préféré venir au pupitre et parler à l'assistance. Je voudrais, Monsieur le ministre, d'abord, avec votre permission, saluer Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres des pays membres de l'OIAC, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Madame la représentante de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des pays membres de l'OIAC, honorables délégués, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'OIAC, Monsieur le directeur général du Conseil du café de la Tanzanie, Mesdames et Messieurs, vaillants productrices et vaillants producteurs de café de la République unie de Tanzanie, Mesdames et Messieurs de la presse. Je voudrais, Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture, saluer au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, présenter toute cette civilité à son Excellence Dr Samia Salou Hassan, présidente de la République unie de Tanzanie. Je voudrais également saluer la présence des ministres et de tous les chefs de délégation et exprimer notre profonde gratitude, ma délégation et moi, à nos hôtes de la République unie de Tanzanie pour leur accueil chaleureux et pour l'organisation de cet illustre événement. C'est avec un grand honneur et une immense fierté que je prends la parole au nom de la République de Côte d'Ivoire lors de ce 3e sommet africain du G25 sur le café, avec pour thème « Libérer les opportunités d'emploi pour la jeunesse par la régénération de l'industrie africaine du café ». Le café, source de revenus pour des millions de personnes, joue un rôle socio-économique crucial pour tous les pays producteurs africains. En effet, avec une production d'environ 1 million de tonnes en Afrique, représentant 10% de l'offre mondiale, la chaîne de valeur du café est un vecteur de transformation structurelle et de développement de nos économies. Elle constitue également une véritable richesse de notre continent et représente aussi bien plus qu'un simple produit agricole. Ce jour, alors que nous nous réunissons sous le thème suscité, il est impératif de souligner que la jeunesse est au cœur de cette dynamique. En effet, au-delà de sa place sur les marchés, le café reste une source de prospérité potentielle pour nos jeunes générations. Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture, je voudrais emboîter votre pas quand vous aviez indiqué lors de votre discours que l'Afrique exportait 3 milliards de dollars de cerises de café et nous étions obligés de payer 7 milliards pour faire entrer le café pour le consommer. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, mais je voudrais un peu, avec votre permission, compléter ce que vous avez dit. Nous représentons 10% de la production mondiale. Sur une valeur totale de 132 milliards de dollars US que génère l'industrie caféière mondiale, l'Afrique ne perçoit que moins de 10%. Aujourd'hui, alors que notre continent fait face à un défi majeur d'employabilité des jeunes, il est indispensable de repenser notre modèle de production, de transformation et de commercialisation du café afin d'en faire un secteur générateur de richesses et de millions d'emplois décents. En 2023, la production ivoirienne de café a atteint 2,2 millions de sacs de 60 kg, ce qui témoigne de l'importance du café pour l'économie de mon pays. En Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons déjà entamé ce processus avec des initiatives ambitieuses pour les jeunes en vue de moderniser et diversifier la filière café. Ce sont entre autres la mise en place de programmes de formation pour les jeunes producteurs et entrepreneurs, afin de les doter de compétences nécessaires pour exceller dans les techniques de culture, mais aussi dans les métiers industriels liés à la torréfaction et à la distribution. L'apport d'un soutien financier à travers des subventions, des prêts à taux réduits et des garanties aux jeunes entrepreneurs pour les aider à démarrer ou à développer leur activité dans le secteur. Le développement des incubateurs et pépinières par la mise en place de structures d'accompagnement pour aider les jeunes entrepreneurs à développer leurs projets et créer des entreprises viables dans le domaine du café. Le développement des partenariats publics-privés par des collaborations entre l'État, les organisations professionnelles et les entreprises privées pour soutenir l'insertion des jeunes dans la chaîne de valeur. En plus de l'État, nous avions des initiatives du secteur privé telles que l'élaboration de programmes de développement. Des entreprises et des coopératives mettent en place des programmes de formation, d'encadrement et de soutien financier pour les jeunes producteurs de café. Par ailleurs, le projet d'achat de café équitable. Certaines entreprises s'engagent à acheter le café produit par les jeunes à un prix équitable, leur offrant ainsi un revenu stable et incitatif. Le soutien à la certification. Des entreprises aident les jeunes producteurs à obtenir des certificats, agriculture biologique, commerce équitable, etc., valorisant leur production et leur donnant accès à des marchés plus rémunérateurs. Ces actions ont démontré leur efficacité à travers l'exemple de nombreux jeunes Ivoiriens qui ont bénéficié de ces initiatives et se sont lancés avec succès dans le secteur du café. Ils ont créé des entreprises innovantes, développé des marques de qualité de café. Ils contribuent ainsi à redynamiser toute la filière. Toutefois, malgré toutes ces actions, le secteur du café reste confronté à de nombreux défis. En effet, le changement climatique met en péril nos terres agricoles et affecte directement la qualité et la quantité de notre production. L'accès limité au financement freine le développement des entreprises de transformation et de commercialisation du café. Ces entreprises rencontrent ainsi les difficultés à investir dans les infrastructures, des équipements ou des technologies nécessaires pour améliorer la qualité, la valeur ajoutée et faciliter l'accès au marché. Ce qui induit une baisse de la productivité, de la qualité et de la compétitivité du café. Le vieillissement de la production productrice met en péril la transmission du savoir-faire et le renouvellement des cultures. Pour relever ces défis, il est important de renforcer la recherche et le développement des variétés de café plus résistantes aux conditions climatiques. Il est également essentiel de mettre en place des mécanismes de financement viables, adaptés aux besoins des acteurs de la chaîne de valeur du café. Il est aussi nécessaire d'encourager les jeunes à s'impliquer dans le secteur du café en leur offrant des opportunités et des incitations à travers des programmes de formation spécifiques et de renforcement de capacités, des programmes de financement et d'accès au crédit, un accompagnement personnalisé, des concours et des prix. Aussi, mon pays reste convaincu qu'avec le soutien politique fort, des investissements infrastructurels et un accès facilité au financement, nous pourrons non seulement encourager les jeunes à s'intéresser à la régénération de l'industrie caféenne du café, mais aussi faire de l'Afrique un acteur clé du marché mondial du café. Je suis particulièrement heureux d'avoir partagé avec vous l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire, qui offre un environnement favorable aux jeunes souhaitant investir dans le secteur du café. Les initiatives sont nombreuses et les exemples de réussite sont une source d'inspiration pour les nouvelles générations. Nous insistons sur la nécessité d'un engagement fort de tous les acteurs dans la relation de l'industrie africaine du café pour créer un environnement favorable à l'emploi des jeunes. Nous appelons donc à l'action collective et à une coopération des pays producteurs que nous sommes, afin que cette industrie du café soit un moteur de croissance économique et de création d'emplois pour la jeunesse. Je voudrais, Monsieur le ministre, terminer en faisant 2 ou 3 observations. La première observation, je pense que vous l'avez corrigée. La Côte d'Ivoire ne se traduit pas. Donc ce n'est pas Ivory Coast, c'est Côte d'Ivoire. Et le deuxième, c'est ma fonction. Vous avez rectifié, je vous remercie. Monsieur le ministre, je voudrais terminer en faisant un plaidoyer. Dans la déclaration de Dar es Salaam, j'ai vu vers la fin nous nous engageons à organiser tous les 2 ans. Je pense que dans une déclaration, cette phrase ne doit pas figurer. C'est juste une proposition. La deuxième observation, il s'agit des différents sommets. Nous avons assisté au premier sommet au Kenya, à Nairobi. Ensuite, nous avons assisté au deuxième sommet à Kampala, en Ouganda. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en Tanzanie, en train de faire le 3e sommet. Je pense qu'il serait bon que nous puissions demander au secrétaire de l'OIAC de nous faire un document sur la mise en œuvre de ces différents sommets. Vous savez, c'est bien les engagements ou les propos d'intention. Mais nous sommes ici en Tanzanie dans ce sommet. C'est pour que nous puissions aborder les défis de la caféiculture et voir dans quelle mesure nos producteurs, nos productrices puissent avoir un revenu décent et un prix normal en achetant et en vendant le café. Donc, la Côte d'Ivoire demande solennellement au secrétaire de l'OIAC de bien vouloir, à la prochaine Assemblée générale en novembre, je pense au Burundi bien ou à une autre occasion, de nous faire un point complet sur la mise en œuvre de ces différents sommets. Parce que nous ne pouvons pas aller de sommet en sommet sans savoir ce qui se passe. Merci.
Merci beaucoup et bienvenue. Nakushukuru, and thank you very much, Excellency Ali Torre, Permanent Representative of Côte d'Ivoire to the International Commodity Organization here in London, for your profound remarks. Honorable guest of honor, allow me now to move on to Honorable FCPA Wycliffe Oparanya, Minister of Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises from the Republic of Kenya. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu.
Asante sana. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Tanzania, fellow ministers who are here, permanent secretaries, Secretary General of Indo-Africa Coffee Organization, distinguished delegates, leaders of the coffee industry, the youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor and privilege to address you today at this meeting of the 3rd G25 Africa Coffee Summit. Receive warm greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. May I also take this early opportunity to thank our hosts, the Republic of Tanzania, for the great reception and warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Indeed, this is a defining moment for Africa's coffee-producing nations as we gather here today. This summit not only reaffirms our commitment to revitalize this vital subsector, but also demonstrates our passion to develop strategies that will unlock unemployment opportunities for our youth and regenerate the African coffee industry. Since inception, ladies and gentlemen, We have moved on tremendously, and I want to thank the various heads of state who have embraced this agenda. And if I can remind you, the first summit in Nairobi in May 2022 led us to the Nairobi Declaration, urging the AU to integrate coffee in the Agenda 2063. The second summit, held in Kampala, August 2023, produced the Kampala Declaration calling on the heads of state to designate in the Africa Coffee Organization as a specialized agency of the AU. AU adoption of the Kampala Declaration in Addis Ababa in February 2024 officially recognized coffee as a strategic anchor commodity in the AU Agenda of 2023. Focusing on the theme of the summit, unlocking employment opportunities for the youth through regeneration of the African coffee industry, speaks to the AU Agenda of 2063 programs and youth development greatest asset. Yet, their participation in the coffee sector remains limited due to structural challenges which span from minimal involvement in the coffee value chain, limited funding option for the youth, among others. The summit theme aligns with Kenya's bottom-up transformation agenda and national policies that we have developed to create innovation, attractive and sustainable employment opportunities for the youth through active engagement in the coffee subsector. Today, we take a bold step forward with collection declaration that seeks to transform this industry into a hub of job creation, innovation, and prosperity. Africa's coffee industry has long been a cornerstone of our economies, supporting millions of livelihoods. However, despite producing some of the world's finest coffee, Africa accounts for an average of only 11% of global coffee production and approximately 12% of domestic consumption. We cannot allow the trend to continue, and by 2030, we should endeavor to increase our share of global coffee production to 20% and boost domestic consumption to 30%, ensuring that more value is retained within our continent. To achieve this, Kenya government has put up measures, one, to triple the production by 2030 through input support programs and deliberate introduction of coffee value chain in new areas. Number two, promotion of domestic consumption of coffee from the current 5% to 20% by 2030. Number three, deliberately removing barrier to access to finance to attract youth and women, among other measures. Kenya is therefore committed to the declaration that will be made here today. And this declaration that goes forward to strengthen the framework for action. Let us move forward in solidarity, determination, and commitment to building a coffee sector that is resilient, innovative, and led by the youth of Africa. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana, Honorable FCPA Wycliffe Oparanya, Minister for Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises from the Republic of Kenya, for your statement. May I now request that we have the final presentation of the first round from Honorable Abdoulaye Nana, the Deputy Director General, National Office of Cocoa and Coffee from Cameroon. Karibu sana, bienvenue. Oui.
Je vous remercie. Je prends la parole au nom du ministre du Commerce du Cameroun, qui est le chef de délégation de ce pays à ce sommet, qui vous transmet toutes ces salutations et qui vous assure de l'appui du gouvernement camerounais et du président de la République du Cameroun, son Excellence, M. Paul Biya. Excellence, Monsieur le ministre, Excellence, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos rangs, qualité et grade, le Cameroun assure que toute démarche qui va dans le sens de la relance de la filière café et de l'amélioration des conditions de vie des producteurs a son appui total. Ceci dit, je voudrais aborder deux aspects d'une même problématique, à savoir la déclaration de Dar es Salaam et les thèmes qui nous réunissent aujourd'hui. S'agissant du thème qui nous réunit, nous sommes tous d'accord que la place du café est indispensable et incontournable, que ce soit au niveau individuel, au niveau national ou international. D'où la nécessité de relancer cette filière. Mais comment? Pour relancer cette filière, qu'est-ce qu'il faut entreprendre? Entreprendre le diagnostic. On est tous d'accord que le diagnostic a été fait par notre secrétaire général Loyac, par nos experts, à la fois dégager les obstacles, identifier les opportunités et les potentialités. Les potentialités, on ne va pas les résumer puisqu'on en a parlé. Les opportunités et les potentialités sont connues. Les obstacles également. Et on sait comment faire pour contourner les obstacles. Tout ceci a été dit, je ne vais pas revenir dessus. On est tous d'accord à ce niveau. Et alors, la suite, c'est quoi? C'est que le secrétaire général, avec l'ensemble des pays producteurs de café qui veulent la relance, ont élaboré une démarche qui aboutit à une rédaction de ce que nous appelons la déclaration de Dar es Salaam. Et avant cela, il y avait eu deux autres déclarations. Disons, c'est une somme de travail appréciée et appréciable que nous tous appuyons. Et à ce niveau, lorsqu'on a cette déclaration, on observe que l'analyse technique intellectuelle a été observée, à savoir identifier les objectifs lorsqu'on veut relancer la filière café, déterminer les résultats globaux spécifiques et les résultats attendus. Ça, on est tous d'accord. Donc, parler de l'expérience individuelle de chaque pays, ça peut permettre d'aller. Faire la sommation des expériences des uns et des autres, ça sera encore meilleur. Mais alors, on a un document qui, me semble-t-il, est bon, déclaration de Dar es Salaam, et je pense qu'il pouvoir dire qu'il aura l'appui de nous tous, parce qu'il est pertinent. Maintenant, c'est la troisième déclaration. Comme disait l'honorable Ali tantôt, une sommation de 3 déclarations demande une évaluation, certainement. Mais pour qu'il y ait évaluation, il va falloir déterminer d'abord les étapes après ces rédactions, ces documents. Bien, les déclarations sont complètes, objectifs, résultats, etc. Nous allons appuyer cela, nous allons l'adopter, j'espère. Et ensuite, la question qui va se poser, c'est comment rendre cela opérationnel. Et pour que ça soit opérationnel, il faudra aller vers la rédaction des projets spécifiques, des stratégies spécifiques, assaisonner des stratégies, assaisonner des tactiques, je dirais. Alors, si tout cela a été fait, politique spécifique, stratégie spécifique, alors on sera au bout du commencement. Mais pour qu'il y ait commencement, pensons aux expériences des uns et des autres. On venait d'écouter ici, chaque pays a des expériences exploitables, imitables, adaptables. C'est ainsi que le thème qui nous a réunis ici a fait l'objet au Cameroun de ce que nous appelons les New Generation. Les concepteurs, l'initiateur, celui qui a défendu cela devant le gouvernement et qui, après implémentation, fait tache d'huile, il est là dans la salle. Mais il est très modeste, je ne sais pas s'il va pouvoir compléter parce qu'il va vous donner des chiffres. Alors, on s'est dit pour que ça soit opérationnel, il sera difficile de concevoir des politiques transversales, horizontales. Il faudra partir des expériences des uns et des autres. Et nous les avons écoutées ici. Chacun a une expérience pertinente. Dans quelle mesure allons-nous faire la sommation de ces expériences, les expérimenter, les valider? J'ai dit donc en résumé, pour ne pas être long, nos déclarations sont pertinentes, elles doivent être appliquées, mais pour appliquer, il y a une étape à élaborer. Sur qui doit-on compter pour que ça soit élaboré? Nous avons nos secrétariats généraux, nous avons nos experts et nos pays. Il faudra certainement y veiller, mettre la place et essayer de s'organiser en sorte, lorsqu'on aura mis tout ce cadre qui est là, toutes les stratégies et tous les éléments de suivi et d'évaluation, on va pouvoir expérimenter et implanter. Interviendra alors l'évaluation, l'adaptation. Voilà ceci, je vais donc une entorse par rapport à la présentation d'une expérience développée totale comme mes prédécesseurs, mais je vous ai cité un exemple parlant, mais on s'est dit que cet exemple doit être analysé. Et il y a d'autres exemples, il faudra donc que le secrétariat général de notre organisation puisse recenser tous les exemples parlants et pertinents pour qu'ensemble, ou peut-être pas ensemble, organiser des équipes techniques pour pouvoir évaluer et faire une sorte de sommation et des résumés qui pourra être exploités par les uns et les autres. Je ne vais pas être plus long que ça. Je m'excuse d'avoir fait une entorse à l'approche classique. Je vous remercie.
Bienvenue et merci beaucoup pour la paix statement. Thank you very much for your statement. And may I now request honorable representatives to please rise and take back your seats as I bring on to the next set of honorable ministers and representatives. And as they do this, can we please once again give them a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Can I now bring onto the stage my final set of honorable ministers and representatives, to begin with Mr. Primus Kimario, the Tanzania Coffee Board Director General representing Tanzania. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. May I request onto the stage Honorable Leontine Nzerimana, Ambassador of Burundi to Tanzania, representing Burundi. May I request onto the stage Mr. Raymond Bob Carter, the Executive Chairman, Produce Monitoring Board, all the way from Sierra Leone, to join us onto the stage. And finally, may I invite Honorable Davis Marapira, the Deputy Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development from Zimbabwe. As he comes, let's put our hands together for him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round of ministers and country representatives as they come to give us their country statement. May I begin with you, Mr. Primus Kimario, the Director General of Tanzania Coffee Board, representing the Minister of Agriculture of Tanzania for Tanzania's country statement. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Austin. The following is a Tanzania statement on behalf of the Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Hussein Mohamed Bashe. It's a great honor for me to present to you Tanzania's statement today. Your Excellencies, representatives of delegations and governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's an honor for the United Republic of Tanzania to host the third G25 African Coffee Summit under the theme, Unlocking Employment Opportunities for the Youth through Regeneration of the African Coffee Industry. As a nation with a deep-rooted coffee heritage, Tanzania remains committed to advancing the African coffee sector as a driver of economic growth, employment, and sustainable development. We are committed to youth and women empowerment. Recognizing the urgency to create employment opportunities for our young and dynamic population, Tanzania is determined to promote youth and women participation in the coffee sector. We are investing in education, technological development, and entrepreneurship to harness the full potential of our human capital. This includes establishing centers of excellency, coffee research, training, and skills development, ensuring that young people can contribute meaningfully to the industry. Tanzania fully supports the declaration's call to increase value addition within Africa. Currently, 90% of African coffee is exported in raw bean, limiting the benefits that should accrue to our farmers and local industries. We are implementing strategic policies to promote coffee processing, roasting, and branding within Tanzania, including investment incentives through our TIC, Tanzania Investment Center, to private sector participation. Furthermore, we are actively encouraging domestic coffee consumption through awareness of campaigns at all types and levels of coffee consumption, from our homes, restaurants, and cafes. Increasing coffee productivity and production. Tanzania aligns with the continental ambition of raising Africa's share of the global coffee market. Our national strategy, the road to 5 million coffee bags, aims to both increase productivity per hectare and expanding coffee farming areas through the following interventions: supporting farmers with both financial and non-financial support, investing in supporting development of first ever cooperative bank, we hear today here, to enhance financial accessibility for farmers, strengthening cooperative societies to enhance market access and bargaining power, investing in climate resilient coffee varieties to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania fully supports the call for the full implementation of the AfCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, to eliminate barriers hindering inter-African coffee trade. We urge African consuming nations within Africa to prioritize direct sourcing of coffee from African producers to ensure better prices for farmers and greater economic retention within the continent. Tanzania is called upon African Union to negotiate with the EU, European Union, as a unified bloc on matters concerning African coffee sector, rather than individual African countries engaging in separate negotiations with the EU. This approach will ensure stronger representation, better trade terms, and greater benefits for African coffee producers. Lastly but not least, Tanzania stands united with fellow African coffee producing nations in implementing the Dar es Salaam Declaration. We are determined to lead by example in driving the growth of Africa's coffee sector through increased productivity, value addition, and youth employment. Together, let us transform Africa's coffee industry into a powerhouse of economic opportunity and prosperity. Asante sana.
Asante sana sana, Dr. Mr. Primus Kimario, the Director General of Tanzania Coffee Board, for country statement for Tanzania. Honorable guest of honor, we have in our midst a very important minister, and I would like to ask him to join us onto the stage. This is none other but Honorable Dr. Alexander Nyuta from Liberia. Please join us onto the stage. And as he comes, let's give him a big round of applause. Karibu, karibu sana, Honorable Minister. And apologies for an oversight. Please join us onto the stage. Can we have a big round of applause for him once again? Thank you so much. Honorable Minister will come right after we've had a country statement from Mr. Raymond Bob Carter from Sierra Leone. Oh, we've had Sierra Leone already. Please come and do the country's presentation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of Sierra Leone, I extend my deepest appreciation to the organizers of the third G25 African Coffee Summit and to our gracious hosts, the United Republic of Tanzania. This gathering provides a vital platform for advancing Africa's cocoa agenda under the theme Unlocking Employment Opportunities for Youth through Regeneration of the African Coffee Industry. It is with great excitement that I note that this theme aligns with two pillars of the 5 pillars of the President's manifesto, which has now metamorphosed into our national development blueprint, which we call the Big 5 Game Changers. Pillar 3, which is most pertinent, is Youth Employment Scheme, which is a presidential initiative to create 500,000 jobs for youths in 5 years. And another well-aligned pillar of that 5 big changes is Feed Salon, which is an initiative to boost agricultural productivity to ensure food security and inclusive economic growth. Like the president was aware of this gathering, he ensured that when we were having our last election in 2023, he had 5 big game changers, of which 2 are neatly aligned with today's gathering. Before going to the substance of my statement, I would like to take a detour, and I will say, kindly permit me to make these bold statements. These statements are made not just boldly, but unreservedly. And they are as follows: that Sierra Leone's revitalization vision for the coffee sector aligns with the spirit and letter of the outcome of the 37th Head of State Assembly, which met in Addis in February 2024, during which coffee has been adopted as a strategic anchor commodity in Africa. The second is that Sierra Leone's 5 strategic priorities for coffee sector development mirror those articulated in the Dar es Salaam Declaration, which we will be adopting today, implying, therefore, that Sierra Leone fully supports its adoption and, more importantly, its operationalization. Now, it's like I was walking this math from answer to some, so now I am coming to answering some of the questions, how. Current status and revitalization vision for Sierra Leone's coffee sector. Coffee has historically been a key driver for economic growth, youth employment, and rural development across Africa. However, in Sierra Leone, we are facing significant challenges, with production declining to approximately 6,000 metric tons annually. Despite these challenges, we believe in the transformative potential of the coffee sector through focused revitalization efforts organized in 3 distinct phases. Current challenges: declining production and aging tree stock across growing regions is one of the huge challenges we face. Limited farmer engagement due to low returns and market access issues. Production infrastructure damaged during past conflicts remains only partially rebuilt. What is currently being implemented? By proudly underscoring the critical interventions we have made, I will now want you to know that we have revived programs targeting an increase in production from 6,000 metric tons to 15,000 metric tons in 5 years. We have also made critical investments in rehabilitation of abandoned coffee farms and replanting with improved varieties. That we have training programs reaching approximately 25,000 farmers in modern cultivation techniques. So, as we are discussing what we have implemented, we also have our aspirational goals, which I would like to share. We are gradually progressing towards employment opportunities for 500,000 people, as outlined, youth, to be specific, as outlined in our medium-term national development plan. Our aspirations extend to rebuilding Sierra Leone's reputation as a coffee exporter, starting with specialty markets for our indigenous coffee varieties, which is the Stenophilia coffee. We are also establishing sustainable production systems compliant with international standards such as the EUDR and the CSDDD. Our vision is to build a resilient and competitive sector through innovation, strengthening value chains, expanding markets, and leveraging technology, as we have agreed on during the 37th Heads of State Assembly in Addis. 5 strategic priorities for coffee sector development will be now underscored quickly so that we will save time. To achieve the vision, Sierra Leone is focused on 5 interconnected strategic priorities for coffee sector development. 1, pioneering research and innovation for coffee sector revitalization. Current initiatives are that we have a diagnostic assessment of factors behind the production decline to 6,000 metric tons. Field trials and disease-resistant coffee varieties in most of our regions. Soil health mapping in traditional growing areas to identify remediation needs. These are some of the critical initiatives we are taking as a country. We have planned expansions, rebuilding national coffee research capacity through university partnerships, developing rejuvenation protocols for abandoned plantations and aging trees, creating regional demonstration farms, showcasing recovery techniques called block farms. These are ways we are planning on expansion and increasing our produce volume. Implementation mechanisms we will be leveraging are technical assistance programs with international research institutes and public-private partnerships for funding and technology transfer. Second, we will be unlocking value addition to maximize returns from limited production. The current initiatives are as follows: quality improvement programs to maximize value from our 6,000 metric tons production, pilot projects connecting farmers to specialty buyers, small-scale roasting training for premium domestic market segments. We are planning expansions in the following ways: development of micro-credit programs to highlight Sierra Leone's unique coffee profiles. Micro-lot programs, not microcredit, I'm sorry. Strategic focus on quality over quantity to build reputation in premium markets. Community-based processing centers to improve consistency and reduce harvest losses. Implementation mechanisms we'll be using are transfer financing to support small, medium-term enterprises in coffee processing and packaging, PPPs for larger processing facilities and equipment modernization. The third will be we are rebuilding market access after production decline. The current realities are as follows: addressing reliability concerns from buyers, rebuilding international market connections lost during years of declining exports, consolidating remaining production through new corporate structures. Our planned recovery strategy is that we will be establishing consistent quality standards to restore buyer confidence, enhancing transparency in the supply chain, and developing a roadmap to increase processed coffee by 2030. Implementation mechanisms we'll be using will be technology transfer for quality control and certification systems, PPPs for exports, infrastructure development, technical assistance for cooperative management. The fourth will be we will be leveraging appropriate technology for production recovery. The current initiatives are as follows: mobile-based extension services reaching farmers in remote areas, weather monitoring systems for farm operations, mapping of productive coffee areas. The planned expansions will be affordable soil testing and amendment programs, irrigation solutions for climate change adaptation, mobile apps connecting farmers with technical support. And we'll be using the implementation mechanisms such as technology transfer with digital solution providers, technical assistance for adoption for smallholder adoption of digital tools, PPPs for traceability infrastructure development. The fifth, and probably most contentious in this room, will be addressing global regulatory challenges, the EUDR and CSDDD regulatory mechanisms. I would like to take a quick detour from my statement to say that many of the African countries are very unsuspecting of the EUDR regulations and are not positioning themselves for the economic pinch that these regulations will be accompanying. So we are taking some current initiatives one of which is awareness programs on EUDR requirements for farmer cooperatives, initial compliance planning with producer organizations. We are also planning the following expansions: comprehensive implementation of traceability systems, so we are building our digital infrastructure on traceability, capacity building for smallholder farmers so that they will understand how to engage in compliance with EUDR without having all the financial burden that will be accompanying that. And we'll be having PPPs for monitoring and verification. Some cross-cutting priorities: we have our rebuilding farmer confidence after years of decline. Sierra Leone recognizes that many farmers have abandoned coffee due to inconsistent returns. We are addressing this through guaranteed premium price programs for quality verified production, financial support for farm rehabilitation with multi-year payback provisions, diversification guidance, ensuring coffee is part of a resilient income strategy, and cost-sharing programs for critical inputs to improve the current 6,000 metric tons I've been talking about. There is no way I'll finish my statement without mentioning coffee stenophilia, Sierra Leone's pathway to differentiation. While our production has declined to 6,000 metric tons, we possess a unique asset in coffee stenophilia, an indigenous Sierra Leone variety with exceptional quality potential. This variety offers us a differentiation strategy through conservation of remaining wild specimens being threatened by land use changes, small-scale propagation for controlled introduction to select farmers, marketing this unique variety as Sierra Leone's signature contribution to global coffee, developing focused production in suitable microclimates where it thrives naturally. The call for strategic recovery partnerships. As a least developed country, working to rebuild from a significant production decline of just 6,000 metric tons, Sierra Leone requires targeted support. We call on global stakeholders, investors, development partners to collaborate in our recovery efforts through research and technical assistance focused on production rehabilitation. Patient capital investment, recognizing our recovery timeline. Market connections that value our commitment to rebuilding sustainability. Knowledge transfer through various vehicles, including PPP, targeted technical assistance, and blended financing models appropriate for our current constraints. In closing, the roadmap to recovery starts by acknowledging our challenges while maintaining our vision for the future. Sierra Leone aims to transform its coffee sector into a revitalized industry that supports livelihoods and contributes to national prosperity. Our president believes that that prosperity will be incomplete if we don't accompany youth to that journey. That is why we have the YES program. We don't ask for charity, but for meaningful collaboration that recognizes both our challenges and our potential to rebuild coffee as a source of national pride. That is why I say that when I was in Amsterdam about 2 weeks ago or less, when they were talking about benchmarks and livable wage for farmers, I said to them, we are not talking about living income benchmarks, neither are we talking about living income reference prices. We want our benchmarks to be the change in lives of our farmers. We want our farmers to be wealthy like their counterparts in Europe. And I would like to close saying that for me, our living income benchmarks are farmers' lives being transformed, and I want that message to be cascaded to my colleagues in this room. I thank you very much.
Asante Sana, Mr. Raymond Bob Carter, the Executive Chairman, Produce Monitoring Board from Sierra Leone. Honorable guest of honor, allow me now to bring to the stage Honorable Dr. Alexander Nuta, Honorable Minister from Liberia, for his country statement. Karibu, Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Mr. Moderator, let me say thank you. You know, when you come to a forum late or you stay away for long, you get forgotten.
So Liberia has been away for a long time. Right here we got forgotten by the moderator, but thank you. At least we have a time to talk. Honorable Minister, other colleagues, heads and organizers of this forum, we want to say thank you on behalf of the government of Liberia for extending us the invitation to be a part of this third summit of the G25 nations of coffee growers. I know you've had the first, the second. Liberia was never represented because we stay away. But we are glad today to be part of this section. We also want to thank you, Honorable Minister, and your team for affording us the opportunity to be here and for the kind hospitality accorded us since we arrived this morning. Let me also thank the IACO for admitting Liberia back into this organization. I know Liberia has been a major player in the cocoa sector in the world. In fact, Liberia was one of the first countries in Africa to adopt coffee. Coffee was introduced into Liberia in 1860. And in 1876, Liberian coffee, that we today call Coffee Liberica, actually won a prize in the United States at an exhibition. So Liberia has strong history in the production of coffee on the continent. After that, Liberia was one of the exporters of a unique variety of coffee that is unique for Liberia. And that coffee is called Coffee Liberica or the Liberian coffee. It is unique. It has a unique aroma. The beans are bigger. And so, Liberia became specifically known for that coffee. Unfortunately for us, we stay away. Our farmers abandoned it because of what we went through in the 90s. But Liberia is trying to restore her coffee sector. In our National Agriculture Development Plan, our president has prioritized the restoration of Coffee Liberica as the country's first priority, because it is a unique variety of coffee that is known just for Liberia. And I know some of our other colleagues on the continent have grown Coffee Liberica. In fact, because of the uniqueness of that variety, Brazilian researchers took interest in that and developed and it was a combination that led to some of the varieties that we see across the world. So even though we grow various coffee varieties in Liberia, Liberica remains our unique pride that we want to restore. But while we are about to restore Coffee Liberica, we are hearing about the EU DR, the Deforestation Regulation, that is supposed to be stopping us from carrying on massive production. So as I sat and listened to the presenters and also read the declaration, the Dar es Salaam Declaration, I was happy that at least the African continent is thinking about expanding intra-African trade. We are not going to give up growing our coffee wherever we want to grow it. If the continent expands market access for us, we'll be happy. We don't have to export to Europe. We can export to African countries that have the technology developed, that will be able to process and add value for the African continent. We have 1.5 billion now that has the potential of even going further. If Africans can take advantage of the market that we have on the continent, I'm not sure we would depend on people who gave us regulations that they themselves did not abide by when they developed themselves. So we as a country, Liberia, want to say here openly that we support the Dar es Salaam Declaration and we look forward to its implementation so that market access will be created for African commodities that might soon or later be seen by other continents as offensive, because we will use our forests to grow our commodities to increase the incomes of our farmers. We want to say thank you. Because we came late and we were forgotten, we will not stay long. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Honorable Minister. I think we will not focus much on you coming late. We are delighted and totally honored to have you with us. So this is vital. Let's give Honorable Minister another round of applause as we appreciate Liberia's presence in the room. Honorable guests of honor, allow me now to bring Honorable Leontine Nzeyimana, the Ambassador of Burundi to Tanzania, for this statement on behalf of Burundi. Please, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. As he introduced me, my name is Leontine Nzeyimana. I'm the Burundi ambassador here in Tanzania. I'm sitting here on behalf of my minister who has not been able to come, Minister Dodiko. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Burundi delegation, I would like to thank very much the government of Tanzania for the warm welcome that our delegation has been receiving since their arrival here in Tanzania. The coffee sector in Burundi is a very important sector because Burundi gets coffee bring about 80% of the exports. Coffee constitutes 80% of the exports of Burundi products. This means that the big part of the foreign currency that we have, we get it from coffee. My government supports, definitely, unlocking employment and opportunity for the youth through regeneration of Africa coffee industry. I join other speakers in emphasizing that we need to add value to our coffee in our country. We need to encourage African consuming countries to buy coffee directly from African countries, African producing countries, given that we have Africa free trade agreement and we need to interact together. I believe that even if we are making negotiation, if we negotiate as a bloc in trading our coffee, we'll have a very big bargaining power, and this will add value to our coffee and will bring about, will be very beneficial to our economies. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Leontine Nzeyimana, the Ambassador of Burundi to Tanzania, for your country's commitment. Honorable guest of honor, allow me now to invite my very final speaker for the day, not by design, but also we have Zimbabwe, almost the final letter in the alphabet when we mention countries of Africa. This is none other but Honorable Davis Marapira, the Deputy Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development for Zimbabwe. Karibu sana.
Thank you. As the last speaker, I think I have all the number of hours remaining for the day. Honorable Hossein Mohamed Basha, Minister of Agriculture for the Republic of Tanzania, my colleague ministers, all protocol observed. As the last speaker, I'm pleased to join you as a fellow coffee producer in Africa. My sincere greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been listening since morning, and I'm happy to tell you that although a few players have traditionally dominated the coffee industry in Zimbabwe, there are vast opportunities for growth as more suitable land has been made available in Zimbabwe for the growing of coffee through the land reform program in Zimbabwe. Our government is seized with growing the sector in alignment with the horticultural recovery growth plan, which envisages a growth in the horticulture sector by 2025. Coffee is earmarked as part of the revival of the conventional horticulture in Zimbabwe. A coffee sector strategy for the country from 2019 to 2030 that is aligned to the National Agriculture Policy Framework was developed to guide the revival of the coffee sector. The main objectives of the coffee strategy are to increase annual production from the current levels, which are very low because of the land reform program, which disturbed us quite well, to a level where we think we will produce about 10,000 metric tons by 2035. For us to be able to do this, we need a lot of research and development. We should focus on developing high-yielding varieties which grow rapidly under local climate conditions and resilience, especially focusing on resistance to pests and diseases. Zimbabwe's ideal climatic conditions and good soils to grow high-quality coffee varieties that can compete very well anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my government fully supports the Dar es Salaam Declaration as it seeks to promote the generation of coffee production through women and youth inclusion, which is the main theme of this summit. As I'm standing here, my ministry is a full-fledged department for the youth, which is focusing on developing youth in agriculture within the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture. This is in sync with our own objectives as Zimbabwe. We fully support the proposals for fundraising through the Africa Union Commission and a total value chain development that will lead to increased farmer incomes and economic development. It was so disturbing, and I was also very disturbed to hear that as Africa, we only export 3 billion worth of coffee, but we intend import 6 to 15 billion from countries outside Africa. In my presentation in Ethiopia, I think those were there. I said it's high time Africa, we should wake up and do what is good for Africa. What is good for Africa is to be able to produce, add value, and market within us first before we look to the outside world. We are so blessed that we have very good soils and very educated youth, which we only need to teach agriculture so that our countries can prosper. I thank you.
I know it's been a long day, but we can do a better round of applause. Let's give Honorable a better round of applause. Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we've had the country's commitment and we are going towards the very end of the day. Allow me now to request honorable representatives to please resume back to your seats as we once again put our hands together for them as they take their seats. Thank you very much for your country's commitments. And allow me, as they do that, to request kindly Honorable Mizenko Kayanza Peter Pinda, to now request Honorable Hussein Bashe, the Minister of Agriculture for the United Republic of Tanzania, to come and accord us the closing remarks. As he comes, let's give our host a big round of applause. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Asante. Your Excellency, my colleagues, Ministers of Agriculture from different parts of continent, my boss, former Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, and a farmer, and the chairman of Presidential Agricultural Advisory Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very long day. And I think tomorrow we have another, a little bit long day. So let me conclude by thanking you, all of you. And wish you a happy stay in Dar. For our guests, there is a lot of nyama choma in this city. For those who have come away from places where there is no ocean, I know you are all located close to the ocean. Enjoy the breeze. But two things while we are concluding. We will sign tomorrow, and Tanzania is committed for the Dar es Salaam Declaration. We thank the African Union now to start stepping up toward the direction of the economic liberation for the continent. Discussion of the coffee has to be seen as an economic aspect and not political. I always listen to President Museveni. When you listen to him, it's like Mzee speaking to Bazukulu, how he called himself. But it's a very strong message when he talks about coffee. Export at $4, import at $20. Something to ask ourselves. The youth potential is something we have to work on. But as leaders of Africa, if we will not plan for our youth now and start providing chance for youth and take charge on their economic activities, they will force us to do so. And that won't be right for our continent. It's a right discussion. When you listen to President Ruto, listen to Mnangagwa, listen to all our leaders, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the discussion of African continent is about economic liberation. Let us join hands together. Let us negotiate with other players in the world to make sure we get the potential for our continent. I thank you all. Twendeni tukale maisha mjini. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. Tukale maisha ya mjini is go and eat life in English. So I hope we go and eat life, yes? At his bill, because he must be paying, you must be footing for this, yes? Okay, thank you ladies and gentlemen, first of all, for being so patient with us, with the time as well. We truly appreciate you and your attendance here today. So my job right now is just to wrap up the event by letting you know that lunch is being served. So the instructions that I have, oh sorry, 1 minute. Respectfully, we did have Ambassador Said Shaibu Musa who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania. Apologies for not acknowledging that before. Now, in terms of our arrangements when it comes to our late lunch, we have the up area, which you will use this door right to my left, the one in the middle. And this will include the high table, which is the 3 lines that are in front of me now. So you'll have the ministers, the permanent secretaries, the members of parliament, diplomats, regional commissioners, advisory council, as well as heads of departments from the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as its agencies and institutions. And then the rest of us delegates, we will exit through the 2 doors on my front. When we get outside, we will take our right-hand side, but then we'll have a couple of ushers who will be ushering us to the tent, the marquee tent, which is behind this building. But other than that, my name is Carol Ndosi, and on behalf of Austin Makani, my co-host, yes, one more thing? Absolutely. So it's not 8:30 anymore, it's 8. Okay, so we have a change of timetable. Again, soft reminder that our guest of honor tomorrow is the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. And because of protocol, we kindly ask you to be here at the venue and be seated by 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Have a blessed day. So the first 3 seats, the first 3 rows.
Hello, hello, Tanzania.
Habari maelezo.
Where you will go to the 2nd floor, Mount Meru Hall. The other delegates, please exit through the front doors.
Tusibadili mwenendo, tulinde, tudumishe Tanzania.
Kwa machozi na jasho, tukaze na mwendo, tuiwaze kesho ya ndugu zetu wadogo. Nchi yetu ni urithi wetu, zawadi yake, tuitunze nchi yangu, zawadi yake, tutaitunza nchi yangu, ni urithi wangu, zawadi yake, tanguliza kwa moyo wangu, nchi yangu, ni urithi wangu, ni uhai wangu, zawadi yake, takujenga Tanzania.
Toa baga nipe ugali wa ujaga, toa energy drink nipe supu ya pesa, toka na mpaka Kigoma nacheza, mchiriku mdumange bai koko muheza.
Yeke chibuku, dubisi ya mambege tapendeza, msosi keka machalari, hapo msewe shani wesa.